All righty. Good afternoon, everybody. See some people getting ready to pop in. There we go. Hey, everybody. Happy Saturday. How are you? Please confirm that you can hear me. Let me open my chat. Hey, guys. Everybody is in here. Happy Saturday. Hey, y'all. Perfect. Perfect. How are you guys doing? Good. Okay, confirmed you guys can hear me. How are you guys doing on this Saturday? Do we have cabin fever? Let me know in the chat. I am so excited. Okay. She said she's doing awesome. How you guys doing? Check in. Let me know. Doing well, trying to get it in. Okay, what does that mean? Does that mean you're sending some marketing? Because you know I'm going to ask. Okay, so what's up, guys? So my name is Deanna Britt. I am the owner of Law Clerk on Demand, and you are attending the Creative Deals 101 Supergroup. Okay, this is a subgroup of South Atlanta RIA. We are in partnership with South Atlanta RIA. And basically, on the third Saturday of every month, we come together to discuss creative financing, to discuss real estate marketing, to discuss how the heck do we find more deals, okay? And so you guys know anytime that I teach, I want you to really leave with like practical steps, like really leave with a plan as to what to do. So we are so blessed this morning. We have 5 speakers that are coming to teach. I have heard every single one of them teach before. They are fantastic. So please feel free to answer questions. Basically, the way that this is going to work is I will introduce them, have them come on. They will share with you for about 30 minutes, and then they will have about 5 or 10 minutes to answer your questions. And then if we don't get to your question, at the end, you can ask even more questions. We've allocated about 20 minutes for Q&A, okay? There is a Q&A box towards the bottom of your screen. So you'll see a box that's labeled Q&A. Please utilize that box so that way we can actually see your questions, because the more people that pile in and the more people that comment or say things, your question could be lost, and I really want to make sure that your question gets answered. Does that sound good? Check in with me in the chat, y'all. Now also, if you have a comment, please go to the chat box and turn it to all panelists and attendees. Okay, like I just had to flip mine. It defaults to all panelists. So if you're trying to comment and just give to the culture of the group, make sure you have it on all panelists and attendees if you're sharing a website or something like that, okay? Same thing for panelists, you guys. When y'all drop your links, make sure it's all panelists and attendees. Typically during this, I will drop their Instagrams, Facebook, whatever it is that you guys need as they're saying it. That's how we did it last time. I just typed it for them. But the most important thing is the Q&A box, because I don't want to miss anyone's questions. Does that sound good? All right, so let me tell you a little bit about South Atlanta RIA. South Atlanta RIA, Real Estate Investor Association, is an organization that meets on the first Wednesday of every month. At the moment, South Atlanta RIA is completely virtual, okay? So that means our main meeting, most of the supergroup meetings are all virtual, and you can just log in, which is great. And I've even talked to Stacey about continuing this. So even if you're not in the state of Georgia, you can still take advantage of our webinars, anything that we have going on. You can actually go back and either access the library, or if Stacey is doing something live, like her Ask Me Anything feature, you can actually go in and log in and watch this stuff. So it doesn't even matter. We have people who are in other states who are members of South Atlanta RIA. So I will actually be putting the link to join South Atlanta RIA. I'll post that a few times. But you guys, honestly, so Stacey Rossetti is the founder, right? And so she started this organization. I've known her since she used to meet down in Noonan, right? And so she was like, and she was asked, and I actually interviewed her about this. She was asked by the National RIA to start this organization here in Georgia for like South Atlanta. So she did that, right? And so we have vendors. So I am technically a vendor for South Atlanta RIA, but she challenged me a little bit. So I'm a vendor. I offer the services of pulling lists from the courthouse. That's what Law Clerk on Demand does. And I also teach a webinar, like I teach CE classes under South Atlanta RIA. What else? And really anything else Stacey asked me to do. So even if you have a real estate related business, this is something you can take advantage of. Also, as a member, you get discounts to things like Home Depot, and can't remember the other discounts, but you can go to southatlantaria.com and you can actually see all the member benefits and discounts. There's partnerships, so you can actually go on the website and you'll get discounts to things on a national level. And then there are just some people that Stacey's in partnership with. And if you say South Atlanta RIA, you actually get a break on these services, okay? So these are all the benefits, some things to really consider. She also has coaching and things like that. But one of my favorite features of South Atlanta RIA is the fact that she has the Ask Me Anything. So what does this look like? If you are a new investor and you join South Atlanta RIA, you not only can take advantage of all of the webinars, all of the in-person classes, get discounts on boot camps, discount on Home Depot and all the other stuff, but you even get access to the founder, the person that runs it, one Monday out the month. You can literally come with your notepad and ask questions. So along with the people on this panel, you really have access to people who are willing to answer your questions, okay? So this meeting in itself is a benefit. Many of the people that teach at Creative Deals are members. So this is really important if you're trying to get to your first deal. Networking, relationships are super important, right? And I'm a big proponent of encouragement. Meetings are really encouraging. I know we have a bunch of bad news out there right now. If you turn on the news, it's going to bring down your mood a little bit. But if you are an investor and you're keeping yourself surrounded by other real estate investors who are really doing this business, right? These people that are speaking today have really done the things that they're saying. That is going to make a difference, and they can give you those steps to get started. Does that make sense? Y'all with me? Let me know in the chat. So if you would like to join, okay, cool, glad to know. Let me know you're with me. So if you would like to join South Atlanta RIA, I'm going to drop the link for you guys in a second. You can join. You'll continue to get access to things for free, discounts on boot camps and all that good stuff. As you can tell, I love South Atlanta RIA. And I think that's everything that I was supposed to cover. And I already said who I was, right? So I'm Deanna, owner of Law Clerk on Demand. We're your local list provider. Yes, we are still pulling lists. Who is out here saying that we don't got lists? We got the list, y'all. We still pulling. What's going on is the courthouse is giving limited access, all right? You got to be VIP to go in here and get this information, but we still have it, okay? So we're going to talk about marketing a little bit at the end, but now it's time to get started. Yay, someone said they joined yesterday. That's what I'm talking about, okay? All right, so we're going to get started, okay? No further delay, all right? So the first person that I'm bringing up is actually a good friend of mine. His name is Terrence Stephens. He is fantastic. You, again, talking about somebody that's really doing this thing. There is not a day or time that you can go to Terrence's Instagram and you will not see something about real estate, okay? He is branded really well. So I brought him in to talk about real estate branding, his network, how he grew his business rapidly, and it's just always a pleasure anytime that I get an opportunity to converse with Terrence, to talk to him about what he's got going on. He says he's taking the town. I think he's taking over the world. He is fantastic. Terrence, are you ready? I'm getting ready to enable your mic and your camera. You ready? And you can do it too if you look at the bottom left, and then I will spotlight you so that you can teach. Y'all ready for Terrence? Ready for Terrence? Make some noise. Woo! Okay. Y'all know I'm gonna keep y'all up. Uh-oh. Unmute and Terrence, can you turn your camera on? I don't think I can start your video. Terrence, can you hear me okay?
I can hear you, but my video it says you can't start your video because the host has stopped it.
Let's see. Okay, just one moment. That's strange. Okay, bear with us 1 second, you guys. Let's see. I'm gonna make you a host so that you're able to turn on your own video. Do you have a video button now? There you go. Okay, so I'll just make you guys host speakers. I'm gonna make you all hosts so that way you do not have an issue. Hopefully that doesn't, if you have an issue turning on your camera. All right, Terrence, I'm going to turn my information off, my video and sound. I'm gonna spotlight you so that you can take over. We're so happy to have you. Welcome.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate you having me. This is a great experience. Obviously, there's so much that we all are going through right now, but it's all about perspective. And one of the reasons that Dee brought me here was really to speak about the importance and the essence of marketing and branding. Because a lot of us, and especially those that are in an entrepreneurial spirit, we know what we want. Uh-oh, cannot see me, okay. I can see myself, so this is weird. Okay, let me make sure. I only see you two as well, Dee. I'm not sure. There we go. Okay, great. Okay, thank you, guys. So essentially, the essence of marketing and branding go a long way when you want a business that is about longevity. And so simply, prior to even thinking about real estate, my background was in sports. I graduated from Stanford University, played some football there. Thank you, Dee, appreciate it. Played football there, and real estate was never really an idea of a career for me. But when getting into real estate, I knew that the most important thing was to set yourself apart. And so a lot of people, and just especially in the investment side of business, I do a lot of traditional sales, whether that's new construction or resales. Especially on the investment side, a lot of things are about numbers. And so I'm probably going to give you a completely different feel to this thing, because instead of the focus on numbers, my focus has been on relationships. And as we all know, whether you're in real estate or entertainment, everything is about relationships. And so I'd like to start with understanding that your marketing has a direct relationship to the relationships that you're able to maintain and obtain to get your business to the point where it needs to be. Especially those who are just starting. I've been in the business about 5 years now. Those who are just starting and kind of not knowing exactly where to go or what to do, focus on presenting yourself in different ways, right? So I want to really speak in the time that I have, speak about just 5 quick things that I think we all should have some focus on, right? So one is going to be creating an experience. And then the second is going to be creating a plan of attack. The third will be just authenticity, your general authenticity behind what you do and what you give people, right? The fourth one is going to be consistent, because yes, you might be able to send the most postcards to this one neighborhood or this one area that you really want to work with. But ultimately, if you just send one postcard, nobody is going to keep you top of mind. And at the end of the day, being top of mind is what makes or breaks you in this business. If you're not the first person someone thinks of when thinking about real estate, you've already lost to the next person who puts themselves top of mind. And then my last thing is going to be coming from gratitude. And so each one of those, I'll try to break down the best way that I can in the time. D, please keep me, you know I can be long-winded, so please keep me on track with my time. But essentially, I'll start with my first point, right? Marketing has a direct relationship to an experience. And so essentially, in this business, there are thousands of people who do exactly what you should do or do exactly what you are doing. But the difference has to be how you do it, right? And so I've always believed since the beginning that creating an undeniable memory or experience with whomever that potential client is or whoever you have the opportunity to work with will set you apart, right? And what do I mean by creating that experience? Dee has told me time and time and again, as she is one of my most avid followers and supporters, that the concept behind my business of taking the town is really catchy and really demanding, right? And so I'll give you a bit of background. My name is Terrence, and I sell real estate, right? But everybody in Atlanta sells real estate. So how did I try to set myself apart with that? I kind of wanted to give those who came in contact with me, whether they were sent my Instagram or heard about me through my sign or whatever the case may be, I wanted them to be able to come along with me during this journey, right? So I thought to myself, well, what can I rhyme with Terrence that might be catchy and has direct relation to houses? And so if not just a house, thank you for that. If not just a house, right? Without the house being there, everything sits on land, right? And that, I believe, is the most important part of real estate, is the land that the home may sit on and where it's located. And so when I began to really explore what that meant, I thought, you know what? There's a lot of land out there for us to take, and we should do just that, right? No matter where you come from, what your background is, if you have ownership of land, if you have ownership of the home that is on that land, or even the land and the opportunities that come with it, you're in a better space than renting or whatever the case may be that you're doing otherwise. So the ownership of that space. So I said, you know what, Terrence, your goal is to take as much real estate with your clients as possible in the areas that you work. And let me tell you, I don't subject myself to any area, because at the end of the day, business is not done because of certain areas. Business is truly done by the people you surround yourself with. And so the idea of Terrence taking the town has now sprouted into a true movement with all of my clients who, I mean, even those who are not who are not even working with me yet, I've had people come and say, man, I'm ready to take the town with you. And one of my branding pieces, or one of my marketing pieces, you guys will see here, is just a guide that I'm able to give, even if it's on paper. I'm able to get, and you see, that's me, that's my face. And I'll touch on that, right? Because that was a part of my plan, and just being authentic, right? I don't smile often, but I do have this very crooked smile. But on the back end of this guide, I ask everybody a question, and you'll see your step-by-step process. And again, I can give this in PDF form or any other form, but on the back end of that, and pretty much everything that I have with my name on it, I ask those, are you ready to take the town, right? And so essentially, it's after going through the process, after explaining everything that I need to with that particular client, I ask them a question, because you want to get people excited about the experience, right? Buying a home can just be about buying a home, but your clients need to be those that refer you to others. And the reason that they'll refer you is because they enjoy the experience. And that experience involves customer service. It involves being authentic so they can trust that you have their best interest in mind. And again, being consistent with all the branding that you have. So going back to Terrence Takes the Town, yes, it is a singular movement by myself, but I've created a community of people who want to take the town with me, and that has been extremely important. So I'll start with that. Make sure that you are creating an experience that cannot be replicated or duplicated by anybody else in your market, because it is subject to you and who you are. When people see this face, they know it's me, whether that is on a sign or a postcard. sometimes I've had people run into me in public and they go, "You're that guy on that sign that, yeah, you take the town." And I'm like, okay, it makes me laugh, but it shows me that what I'm doing in my marketing is effective. Okay. Excuse me for the sweat that's going on. I'm just going to wipe this little brow. It's hot in my house. I don't know why. Secondly, with that experience, I always say with my background in sports, that my coach always said, plan your attack and attack your plan. And I'll say that again for anybody who missed it in the back. Plan your attack, but that is step number one. You cannot skip that step. It does not replace anything else. If you do not go into whatever you do in life with a plan, then you cannot attack what it is that you want to succeed in. It's just like thinking that that soldiers can go into battle, but they don't have everything mapped out. They're done. They're flanked out. They didn't expect the best and they didn't expect the worst. They didn't plan for it. Please, please plan. And that includes getting a planner. Planning, yes, it can be in your head. If you're like me, a lot of my plans happen in the shower, but weirdly enough, I keep my phone next to me in the shower. I'm gonna tell you why. And this is a little embarrassing, but if I have something in my head, I have to voice record it. I have to get it out there. If I can't write it down, I have to speak it out loud so I can remember it and it becomes a part of that plan. Okay, whatever your market is, whatever your goal is, and there will be several of those goals, make sure that you have a plan intact. Okay, but when that plan is set, and it will not be a seamless plan, you are learning from this plan. Be okay with failing, but understanding that you must attack that plan 100%. And if you don't do that, then you will find yourself making mistakes that will be a detriment to your business, right? Because in my business as a real estate agent, if I don't attack the plan with my clientele or if I don't plan the attack, then when we go to attacking the plan and something goes off that we have not spoken about, we all lose, right? I put them at jeopardy. I put my reputation at jeopardy. And there's no way that you can be a successful business person without a solid reputation. It will not always be right, but as long as you've expressed to your client or whomever that you're working with, you know what you're doing and you can put it on paper. Because at the end of the day, people want to see things on paper, okay? I touched on this briefly, but I'll touch on it again after I wipe my brow. I'm so sorry, this is embarrassing, y'all. I touched on it briefly and I'll touch on it again. Authenticity is most important in any business, but especially the one on real estate, because I won't say whatever reason, for several reasons, we have gotten the rap of being snakes or being slimy, right? And again, there are many, many people who sell real estate or who invest in real estate or anything in the in-between, right? What sets you apart for being authentic? Okay? This game is about numbers, absolutely. But the numbers, if you haven't realized, come from those who know you and who do business with you, not anybody else. So if you find yourself doing unethical things or giving advice that you wouldn't take yourself, or even, I tell a lot of my clients, I'm not going to sell you anything. I'm not going to show you anything that I wouldn't buy myself. And that to me is the most true, because you have to be an advocate, a believer of your own. The proof is in your own pudding, right? Why would you sell somebody anything, or why would you work with anybody on any endeavor that you would not involve yourself in? Being authentic and having high integrity, those two things will never be replaced in business, no matter who tells you what, okay? And so that's why I decided to put my face. I'm a 6'2", 300-pound brown man, but I needed to give the audience something to really to adapt to, right? To see as different and to relate to. And that's why I decided to put my face on everything that I have. Not as a narcissistic way, maybe a little bit, but not as a narcissistic way of getting myself out there, but it's almost like that stamp that goes on every official document, right? You know who signed that thing, you know whose name is on that, and you'll never have any excuse to be completely upfront with those that you work with, okay? Being authentic is so important, y'all, and I really need you to understand that, because there are people in this business or in any business who will lie, cheat, or finagle the situation for their own better. I don't know about your spiritual beliefs, but that doesn't work in mine, and I'm just gonna keep it completely transparent. That has been what has helped my business succeed to the point where it's at, okay? And I talked about this, and everybody has different angles, right, with their marketing. I know, especially when it comes to a lot of investment situations, or we buy ugly houses, or whatever market is, being top of mind is the true numbers game, okay? And when I say that, I mean, there are plenty of people, again, who do the same thing as you. So creating catchy content, and that is nothing but marketing. Creating content in your experience, right? It is a part of your plan. You see how all of these things tie in together, okay? But most importantly, no matter how sharp your content is, no matter how presentable you are as a person, no matter what your background is or how many homes you've sold or flipped in your life, if you are not consistent, all of that goes out the window. And right now, we are in a place in our world where people need security. Okay, they need trust, and especially when those decide to start coming back and being active in our communities. And so you need to indeed be the same person that you were at the beginning as you are right now, but the people can feel and they can sense your authenticity. So whether that is, and another piece of marketing that I have is these little thank you notes, these cards, again. But inside of those, I've been taking the time to write thank you notes to all of my clients and those who, businesses that I might have worked with. These notes, handwritten notes, go a long, long, long way. Okay, guys? Right now, you know, people are opening up their mail. They're bored. They're checking things, okay? Write handwritten notes. Okay, to those in your atmosphere, in your sphere, in your network. Okay, notes, 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 notes. Even if it's a monthly letter, whatever it is, make it authentic to who you are. Okay, because every so often it might be great to pick up the phone, but you will not remember everybody, and you will not want to get stuck on the phone for an hour if somebody wants to catch up with you, because time is money. Okay. Allot some time to sending personal notes. And again, just a different variation of what I said, but taking the town with Terrence. Why? Because we've done it. These might be the people I've worked with. We're still taking the town. Repeat clients are your business. And those who refer are your business. You might be able to pick up the phone. You might be able to call somebody, get leads, but those of you who create experiences, authentic experiences, genuinely and with consistency, you will always have the client. There is nothing else to be said. That client will remember you. They will trust you, not just with their home sales or purchases, but life. Because ultimately, although I sell real estate, I am a life coach. I am a life coach. I am a counselor, I am an advisor, and I wear many hats happily. Because again, these homes, they're in our lives, but our lives are still happening while we're in them, okay? These clients, just as a quick story, I was in a life-threatening accident last year, and it's wild how many clients showed up to the hospital to come care for me while I was in the hospital for 30 days. Clients, those who were just, to some people, business transactions, About 80% of my clientele for the last 5 years found their way to the hospital. At that point, I knew I was living in my purpose, and I knew that I had done the correct thing, because it's not just about the numbers. Yes, it would be great to close 100 deals a year, but that's not what my particular business is about. And I have never paid for one lead in my life. But when you treat people well and you don't subject them to the same experience that other people are giving them, you truly will set yourself apart for the remainder of your career. And my goal is to leave my mark and my legacy on this business, the business I've created, be able to pick up and go do something elsewhere, and my business still run because my face. Because people recognize my face. Because they know that my name is on the business. And if I've been able to keep authentic, then nothing has changed about that business, no matter who is operating with them. Okay? And so my last thing, hopefully I haven't been too quick, but maybe I'm giving myself some time for questions. D, let me know. One of the best tips I learned at my original brokerage was come from gratitude. Okay? People are going, and this, I mean, there's no better time than right now to understand that people need us as professionals, okay? We were labeled an essential business for a reason. There are people who need homes. There are people who need to get out of homes, okay? Everybody here is involved in that in one way or another. I have had to close clients in the middle of a world pandemic, relocations, and quietly, that's been one of the best experiences of my life because it involved trust, okay? My gratitude is, for example, that client that came and moved his entire family from Oregon. Instead of a big fancy closing gift, I went out and I searched 5 stores. I found them sanitation wipes, tissue, toilet paper, and 2 gifts for their young kids, okay? They were moving here and we were in the middle of a pandemic. Yes, I could have gone any route to show them that I was grateful, but there's nothing more grateful than showing them I truly want more than what's best for your family. I want you all to be safe as well. And so anything that you do, whether it is sending out postcards, sending out newsletters, make sure that whatever information that you're providing, it's in gratitude, okay? You can do just about anything to show somebody that you care, and it will only take just a few seconds of your time to do so. But it also should be involved with your plan. Don't do much that is not in your plan and not on your schedule. Okay? And if it does not exist, don't do it. But make sure that when you're planning your attack, every element of what you want to get done and your goals, make sure that you attack it in that way. And if you need to deviate, make sure that there's good reason to do so. Okay? So ultimately, just to go back over, create an unforgettable experience. That thing should be on their minds and their hearts for years to come. Okay? Be consistent with your follow-up. Don't ever allow yourself to slip on the follow-up. People want to hear from you. Okay? Be authentic, undeniably authentic. Plan your attack and attack your plan. And ultimately, whatever you do, come from gratitude, because people need to know that you care outside of just a business transaction. And all 5 of those things, I believe, are the key to great marketing and great branding. And I've been told to hover over Deanna and make her a host. And so that's what I'm going to do. Thank you guys for listening. You can follow me on that Instagram that was posted, the same thing with Facebook, and directly you can get in touch with me however you'd like. But I'm here for any questions, and I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. think I did it. Nope, can't hear you.
Good job. Thank you. Thank you.
Of course.
All right. We are learning Zoom. Okay. So, did we have any questions? We're getting ready for the next person. Terrence, if you want to stay on for any questions, I see that your video is on.
Is it still on?
No, yeah, we can hear you, but we don't see you. Do you guys have any questions for Terrence? We have about 5 minutes before our next speaker, so we could take 1 or 2 questions. I know some people are asking about that PDF you mentioned. If people want to keep in touch with you, is your Instagram the best way to contact you?
Yes. So my Instagram is it's Terrence Takes the Town. And so you can type that in that box for me? Perfect.
Yes. Gotcha.
In that Instagram, if you go to my bio, you'll be able to schedule a consultation, and you can quickly just say, hey, this is just to talk about branding or just to talk about marketing, 15, 30-minute call. I do have hour slots. Those are in person, and clearly we're all freaking out about the heebie-jeebies right now. So everything is virtual, but ultimately you can click and schedule your own consultation. It doesn't have to involve real estate. And I do give away free prayer, okay? Because people need to know the power in prayer as well. So we can do that on the phone, and you can do all of that through that Instagram.
Okay, cool. I'm trying to figure out why you guys can't turn on your video on your own. But you guys, there's his Instagram information. Okay, some questions popped up. Someone said, Terrence, you are great. I love a consultation. Okay, so let's see. How do we get a PDF version? I think we addressed that. And what strategies are you involved in real estate? Terrence, you still there?
I am here. Can I get some clarification on strategy?
Yeah, sure. Yep. Our next person is at 12:40.
Okay.
Oh, you said you need clarification?
Yeah, just so when the strategies part. Now, what is that? What do you mean by strategy?
Okay, so Felicia, no, that wasn't Felicia. Alexander.
I didn't see
Alexander, if you could say that in the chat. We're going to keep going. Someone said this was so informative and inspiring for us newbies, especially. Good. That's our goal. She says, thank you. And says, are you wholesaling or are you a real estate agent?
I am a real estate agent and have been for the last 5 years.
Okay. All right, so I think we covered all of our questions. Okay, so you guys, I'm going to paste his Instagram again for you guys. Make sure you follow him. And I believe that was all of our questions. Okay, so Terrence, thank you so much. I really appreciate your time. You know, we talk real estate all the time anyway, but I appreciate you sharing with the masses. Let's see. Okay, so we got your Instagram. Okay, well, thank you, Terrence.
Thank you, guys.
You have a wonderful Saturday. Stick around. I think there's going to be some questions towards the end, okay?
Absolutely.
Okay, cool. All right, you guys ready for another speaker? If you're ready for another speaker, say yeah. Woo! Y'all know we got to keep it high energy in here. I can't have you just sleep on the webinar. All right, somebody said, let's go. Who else? I'm not bringing the next speaker on until all the people in here say yes. Wasn't Terrence amazing? Listen, we are so blessed to have these individuals spending. People are responding. I see a woo woo. Yeah, this is such a blessing to be able to have experienced professionals come and share their wealth of knowledge. I do not take that for granted. The next person that I'm bringing, okay, Mr. Erroll Allen. Let's see. Hopefully he's with us. Let me unmute you. We got to figure out what this.
Hola, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Do you have the option to turn on your video?
Let me see. Nope, it says you cannot start your video because the host has stopped it.
Okay, who can share? All panelists. Let's try this. Now click that button and see if it works. Zoom has been doing the most with these.
It states the same thing. You cannot start your video because the host has stopped it.
Hold on, Errol. Okay, I don't know. It has never done that. So let me see if I can turn that off. Worst case scenario, I will make you the host so you can turn on your video. Once you're done, I will send you a message that says make me the host again. Okay.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah, that's what we did for and while you're talking, I'll figure this out. But you guys, I am getting ready to bring on Erroll Allen. Let me turn my video off. You guys bear with us 1 second. One second, you guys, don't panic. Hold on 1 second. We are going to okay, there we go. We got Erroll. Okay. Erroll, I'm going to now make you the host so that you can turn on your video, and then I will send you a message to make me the host again, okay?
Okay, will I be able to share my screen?
Yes, you will. Just hit that share button in the middle.
Okay, so start video. Awesome,
Perfect.
can y'all see me?
Yes.
Great, great. Let me hit the share screen real quickly. And not that one. There we go. So can everyone see the screen?
And Erroll, right-click your name and make sure you are the spotlight video and not me.
Right-click my name and hit spotlight video. Is that right? Are we good?
Yeah, everyone's saying yes. You're only seeing Erroll as the main video right now, right, guys? Okay, they're saying yes. So you're all set. I'm going to shut my video off.
Okay, great, great. So welcome, guys. Welcome, welcome. Hopefully everyone is staying disinfected during these times. My name is Erroll J. Allen. I'm a real estate entrepreneur. I'm very similar to Terrence. I've been in the industry for the past 5 years. So today what I'm going to be talking about is I'm going to quickly glance over, the whole tactical stuff. Like I will be doing some talk around Airbnb, but I really want you guys to understand the mindset and how I was able to do the things I'm able to do, because the tactical stuff, that's 10% of the battle. Mindset's the other 90% that you really need in order to see monumental success in anything you do in any facet in real estate. So with that being said, let's get started with my backstory, just so you guys have a better picture of who I am and where I'm coming from. So who am I? I'm a proud college retiree. I retired from college back in 2014. I don't say I am a dropout because I don't quit or drop out anything, so I retired. I've been a full-time real estate entrepreneur from day one. December 20th, 2015 is my official start day in my real estate career. And fast forward, just to not go too in detail about it, I was able to start from the wholesaling sector, and I was able to close my first deal for 90 days, and I made $3,000 payday off of that. And I'll talk about that a little bit more too, but that's from full-time real estate entrepreneur, wholesaling up to fix and flip, up to Airbnb. I'll give you some tidbits in between. I'm also the founder of a millennial CEO network called Young Bucks Nation, which has actually been in existence for about 3 years now. It is a millennial CEO network geared towards showing people how to be full-time real estate investors. So all my strategies, my tips, tricks, my courses are all bundled up under one thing called Young Bucks Nation. So you guys can go to youngbucksnation.com, and actually this is what the site would look like if you want to go check it out, and you see what I offer there. And as of most recently, I've taken my talents and ventures into the short-term rental sector, and I was able to hit the status of Airbnb Superhost, which is what I'm going to be highlighting today in the short time I have with you guys. So, but it wasn't always all sunshine and roses. And again, if you guys need my Facebook or Instagram, it's right there. Deanna can also type it in the comments as well, but there it is right there at the top, so you guys can look me up. So it wasn't always sunshine and roses when I got into the industry. Back in December 20th, 2015, this was my exact starting point. I'm very big on documenting. Like if you go to my Instagram, my Young Buck Nation Instagram, websites, I document everything. And there's a reason being, because stories sell. Stories sell. So this was my car. It was a 2002 Saturn Vue, and it had every problem in the world. I'm talking about spark plugs, axle out of alignment, replace all the wheels. As you obviously see, I got in a car accident. This was point one for me. I was also $50,000 in credit card debt and student loan debt. I was starting off with a 590 credit score, and the only seed money that I had was from the 6 months of me working in corporate America. Yes, again, I only worked one job in my whole entire life for the time span of 6 months, and I got a nice return from it, which was actually the 900 bucks, which I call my seed money that I used to flip and grow into my portfolio to date. So this was square one, guys. Some of y'all might be able to relate, some of y'all might not be able to, but I want you guys to understand I did not start off with a spoon in my mouth or someone stroking me a check for $1 million and I'm good to go. There was a lot of hard work, grit, and discipline to get to the point where I'm at today. So life was good. I'm talking about life 1 and 2. So I'm years 1 and 2. I was able to make about $50,000 my first year of wholesaling. And mind you, I had no idea about what wholesaling was prior to all this. But years 1 and 2, I was able to pay off my student loan, credit card debt. I was able to move out my dad's house. I was able to buy my own car and move into my own spot with one of my business partners at the time. And then year 2 going to year 3, which is where this photo is current, I started traveling the world with my friends. And everybody you see in this photo, these are all my good friends before real estate, who are all now my business partners as well. Not one of us is over 26 years old currently. Not one of us is over 26 years old in that photo, and everybody owns property. Everybody in my squad, because I'm the real estate guy, everybody else has their own specific thing that they're successful in that photo, but I'm the real estate guy, and I made sure that all my friends are not without. They all have property. So like I said, wholesaling and fix and flip allowed me to generate the funds needed to pay down my debt, support my lifestyle until I encountered my next hurdle in my journeys. If I wasn't working, if I wasn't putting in the sweat equity, if I wasn't getting results, I wasn't eating per se. So I wasn't able to produce any income in my downtime. So that was my next thing. I'm like, how can I make money without having to actively be present on the site per se or in my craft? After all, isn't the purpose of starting a business to have financial freedom without being tied down to work? That's what I want to get in business for myself, and that's what me and my friends want to do as well. So a mindset shift happened. Remember how I said at the beginning of this business is 10% tactical skill set and 90% mindset. Don't ever forget that. Don't let nobody tell you otherwise, because once you got that right, everything else is a layup. So I like to do quotes as well. So as you can see, T. Harv Eker, if you have not read his book, Secrets of the Millionaire Mind, definitely should look into that. You become financially free when your passive income exceeds your expenses. So at the time, before I got into the whole short-term rental thing, my active income superseded my expenses tenfold. I was having good months, everything's being taken care of. But once I start working again, that number goes lower and lower and lower till eventually the bills will catch up. And then I'll be like, oh, I gotta get back to work again. So back in 2019, I entered it with a renewed focus of generating massive passive income. Massive passive income. We all have residual bills, right? So why don't we have the residual income to match it? Or in my case, I said, or better yet, exceed it. So this is how I started off my short-term rental career. I started off back in 2019, March 29th today. It's actually been my 1-year anniversary about like 3 weeks ago. I bought my first primary residence. Now, why did I buy a primary residence to live in? With the intentions to do what I called house hacking. I'm going to go into detail what house hacking is in a second. And I see a question popped up. Let me see. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to be answering these as I go, if I just wait to the end. Can we get this recording? Oh, that's a Deanna question. I'm pretty sure you can. So March 29, 2019, I bought my primary residence. I was tired of living with my landlord at the time, with my business partner. And I was getting month after month, $1,200, and there was no equity out of that. So that's why I decided to buy my own primary residence. And then as soon as I moved in, again, this is my primary house. You guys are seeing like inside looks of what my house actually looks like. As soon as I moved into my primary house, I immediately started furnishing it and getting rent ready to house hack. I wanted to come in there and I wanted this property to be paying for itself because I don't want to be paying a mortgage. I didn't buy the house so I could have the mortgage. I bought the house so I could have other people pay the mortgage and I get to live rent free or pretty much get paid to live in my house, which I do to present date. So after about April, I started seeing some income on it. And then May of last year, I started seeing some more income on it. And then fast forward to July, August, I had my first month where my property paid for itself and not a dime came out of my account. And then ever since then, even to this present day, even right now in this current economy, my house is still paying for itself. I'm going to talk about a little bit of how I'm doing it. But again, if you want tactical stuff, you guys can set up consultations with me after the fact and we can get really nitty gritty. I just want to paint pictures and tell you the stories of how I got to where I got to. So a quick few rental strategies I want you guys to know, just so you guys can have for your record. Owning the asset. This is what most people prefer to do when it comes to building up cash flow. They buy the property, do the renovations, maintenance need to it, then they refinance into a 30-year long-term loan, and then they service that debt by renting out on Airbnb or VRBO, HomeAway, or whatever it might be. Now again, house hacking. This is a strategy I use to get my foot in the door for Airbnb. A strategy that involves renting out portions of your primary residence to generate income that is used to offset the cost of your mortgage and other expenses such as utilities, HOA if you have it, with owning a home. And then the last thing, which I got very good at as well, is the arbitrage strategy. To date, mind you, I've been doing this for under 2 years. I have 6 arbitrages, and I got 3 properties that I own. Now, not all of them on Airbnb. Some of them on other sites, and some of them are still being repaired. But within the span of 2 years, most people, when they think of getting rental properties, okay, I got to do this. It's going to take me 6 months to fix up, refi. This was all within 2 years. And honestly, it's within a year and a half because, again, like I said, my start date was the top of 2019. So rental arbitrage is a strategy of renting out properties to sublease them on Airbnb, VRBO, whatever it may be. So to paint the picture, it's pretty much you come in, you talk to a homeowner, you say, hey, I see you want to rent your property out for $1,000. I want to do that. You sign a lease with them, and then you turn around sublease and put on Airbnb, and it brings you in $2,000 a month. And that's my pretty much rental arbitrage scenario for that. And I'm not gonna get into the blueprint because that's all tactical stuff. Again, if you guys want to talk tactical, we can do that all day off the grid, but that's gonna take like 2 hours. And I don't have 2 hours to speak. So now let me pay back, let me step back and go into mindset and stuff like that. So just like Terrence said, the reason I got into this space was one, because I want to generate income and have a business that's paying and support my lifestyle, and I can actually influence my friends and whatnot as well. So when I go in my wholesale space, when I go into fix and flip space, when I do my short-term rental space, I always want to have a brand or something associated with me that kind of gets people to think like, oh, like a lot of people know me by that young buck because that's on purpose, that's intentional. I put myself out there for the past 3 years plus as these young bucks, because if you guys didn't know, I'm relatively young for my age to be doing what I'm doing right now. I'm only 26 years old, and I started this business when I was 21, 20. So to do everything I've done, people are like, wow. Like to this day, I have contractors come out to my house, check out property to do the scope of work, and then they might see another contractor there on the job, and they think he's the owner because kids aren't supposed to be owning houses. So I have this happen to me still to this day. But anyway, that's aside the point. Again, I want to show, oh, my mouse not working? Hold on 1 second. I want to show what's possible when you actually put in the effort. All this you see right here, this is social proof. This is me telling a story. The reason all this is able to be done is because they believe it could be done in the first place. Every last person on this wall, I've either helped them close the first deal or a handful of deals. And the only reason, now I'm not gonna say the only reason because it involves work too. You gotta put the work on your part. But the reason, the big factor that got them to get to that position in the first place is because they had the mindset to believe that they could do it and achieved it. I've had people close deals within 30 days, 90 days, 7 months, all because they believe they could be done. So I don't know how much time I have left, Deanna, because I got a few other things. Make sure I'm on time. How much time I got left, Deanna, so I know how to, let me see. Yes, we're recording. All right, I'm gonna assume I got like 20 plus more minutes. I also want to show you guys one thing, because I know a lot of people kind of frown on the short-term rental space right now because they think, oh, the travel bans and with all this other stuff going on, nobody's going to be booking your properties. No one's going to be coming in to stay at your properties. All right, cool. I'm glad you think that. I'm all about the proof is in the pudding, guys. So while we on this webinar, you see the email was sent at 12:40 p.m. This is a screenshot for this month specifically, April's earnings, almost $6,000 in the midst of COVID 2019. Errol, how are you able to do that when everyone's closing down their rentals, while people are switching to long-term tenants? Like, what is your secret sauce? Again, guys, my secret sauce is gonna fall back to this one word: mindset. The second, and mind you, I'll show you, you can go back to my Instagram and you can look at it. I had my whole calendar wiped out for March and April for all my short-term rentals. What did I do? I took a day to relax, and then the next day I recalibrated and got back to work. I started looking into other options. What can I do to get my properties still booked? How can I get my eyes, or how get my properties in front of enough eyes so that way people are willing to book and, you know, have stays there? Because you got to think, there's still nurses out here who are on the front lines taking and attacking this current problem we're going through. There's people who might not be able to travel back home because they've been locked into the state because of the travel ban. So they need a place to stay for an extended amount of times. Or, like most recently, I've had a guy who's moving down and he stayed in my property. He stays in my primary residence right now, and he has an engineering job, and he's booked out my place for the next month and a half because he wants to sell his place up north. And once he gets the funds from those, then they'll buy a property here. Now, how is all this happening? I do a bunch of marketing. Facebook Marketplace, that's a great place to get a lot of volume on your short-term rentals. But again, guys, it all started with me seeing the problem. It came to me face to face. I took a day off. I kind of cooled off. I didn't want to be in a frantic mode and think, oh, the world's coming to an end. I reassessed the situation, and I saw what numbers I had to hit in order for my properties to pay for themselves. And then I got to work on how can I get to that number. So again, 12:40 p.m. real time. Short-term rentals are still working if you know how to adjust in the current climate. That's all this is a game of adjustments. Someone makes a move, then you make another move. Someone goes left, you go right. Now, I don't know how much time I got. Deanna, give me a timer right now because I do got a bunch of other things. I have until 1:05-ish. Okay, so I guess then this will be the time to do Q&A because I'm supposed to have 10 minutes of Q&A, right? I'm just gonna assume that is correct. So if anybody has
You're okay, you can keep going. 1:05 is when I'm gonna start your question, so you're okay.
Oh, 1:05, okay, gotcha. All right, cool. So then one last thing I wanna do real quickly. Where is it? Oh, I have to log in and do it. Okay, well, can't log in and do it, so, because I don't even know my own password. So I'm just gonna tell you guys a story. I love telling stories, guys. If you don't know, I'll tell stories all day, every day. So back when we had the whole situation happen freshly, I'm talking about fresh March 15th. I remember because I had a refi closing on March 13th, 14th, and they pushed it back a day. I came out, I went to my property, and I saw somebody had a party and did the whole thing. So on top of me having to address this whole warfare of what's going on with COVID-19, I also see that I have to now clean up a party mess, smoking, police involved, and all those other things. I actually want to talk about why I decided to put cameras in my property, because that's one of the big things that people want to, like, oh, is it okay to have cameras in your property? Yes, it is. So I went to the property, I saw it was smoked out, they broke a window, all that fun stuff. And all I did was I took that property, I took the proof, I put it all in a nice little Dropbox, and I sent it into Airbnb. Airbnb came back and said, hey, you gotta submit this proof, you gotta do this, you gotta do that, contractors work, and I got all of it taken care of. Mind you, the reason I want you to tell you this story is because you are gonna encounter hurdles even within your Airbnb space as well, like messy guests who check out late, or maybe even people throwing parties. These are all hurdles and things you just gotta have to, what's the term I'm looking for? You gotta have proper systems and procedures in place to address these things. That comes down to like your house rules and stuff like that. And again, this is all tactical things, but I just want you to know, like anything that can happen with an Airbnb space, as long as you have it addressed in your house rules prior, then Airbnb will look out for you. And then the last thing I want to tell you guys is, because people are wondering how I'm still getting these bookings, I'm not using Airbnb as a place. I'm not depending on them to bring me bookings. I'm using it as a place to for guests to pay and have their have the Airbnb host policy protection. So I bring in the attention through my marketing, whether it be Facebook Marketplace, Furnish Finder, whatever. But I have them book it through Airbnb, so I could be under the Airbnb umbrella protection. So if you stay there for a month's time or whatever, I'm just using Airbnb to have that host policy protection, but I'm bringing them in from other avenues. So that's pretty much all I want to talk about, because I don't want to get too tactical. If anybody has any questions, this would be a great time to ask me, because I don't want to, again, ramble on and on. Do you also stay at your primary residence when you're house hacking for, hold on one second, guys. Let me make Dion the host again. Do you also stay at your primary residence when you're house hacking? Yes. Yes, I do. Literally right now, my cleaners are coming because my primary guest, he's checking out for today and coming back in tomorrow. So my cleaners are on there right now to clean up the house while I'm on the webinar with you guys right now. Any other questions?
I know we had some questions in the chat box. Let's take a look. So you had, someone said, did you borrow money for your first deal? How much money did you have to start your first deal?
Did I borrow money for my first deal? Which one? Wholesale, fix and flip, or Airbnb? So yeah, I need to know which space you're talking about.
Right, because Erroll does everything. That's why we got him on here.
Yeah, I didn't even talk about the wholesale business. That's a whole nother story. Like just in the past, like during these times, like Terrence said, people need our services. We are essential for a reason. I've had more activity, more callback. I contracted like 3 properties in the past 48 hours for my bed. These are homeowners who are looking to get cash heavy now because they still have to take care of the month-to-month commitments that all of us go through. So yes, wholesaling is very strong right now for me. You did wholesaling and fix and flip first. How long did it take you for the passive income groundwork was in motion? Okay, so, and I'm gonna answer this question, but I don't want you to think it's gonna take the same amount of time. So I've been wholesaling and fix and flipping. I've been wholesaling for 5 years, obviously. That's my first thing I did. I started fix and flipping 1.5 years after the fact. So I've been fix and flipping for 3 years. We'll say that. I started doing my house hacking and my passive income plays the beginning of last year, but I didn't need to have the financial, like the money that I made, I could have been doing my passive investments year 2. I could have been doing it much sooner, but I had a mental roadblock of, oh, I need to get in a better position or a better position. I need more money. Like I could have been doing this year 2 because it did not take me that much money to get my first property up on Airbnb and then for it to pay itself and then bring me back my capital that I put into it. So I don't want you to think, oh, I got to do this for 4 years, 5 years, then I get into it. You can start this like tomorrow. You can go and do a rental arbitrage, furnish that space with a budget of like $4,000 to $5,000. So yeah, there's some cost, $4,000 to $5,000 to furnish a space and have that thing on Airbnb. And if you market it right, you can have it paying for itself and eventually return your capital that you put in within the next 90 days to 6 months. So this is not something that you have to wait years out to do. If you really put the discipline and commitment to it, you can get things in motion literally next week. I've been following you for each 1.5 years. I love how you help others get their first deal. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much, Anthony. I be seeing you all the time. Anthony, I gotta get a shout out to him. He's been consistent with the follow-up messages, comment on posts, like, yo, he's on his thing. I appreciate you, Anthony. I'm glad you made it to this webinar too. Let's see.
There's some more questions. Someone said, how do they contact you? So we dropped your Instagram. Is there any other way that you would prefer people to reach out to you?
So if you want to do anything, you can go follow me on Instagram. If you want to set up a one-on-one consultation, you can go to my name, errolljallen.com. And actually, I think I got it right here. If you click on the Linktree bio, yep, where is it? Schedule one-on-one, boom. And then you click on that, it'll take you to my consultation calendar. And then you just book it from there as soon as it loads up. Okay. So yes, any other questions?
Oh, wait, we had a couple more. Hold up, hold up. Okay, what do you teach in the Young Buck courses?
All my trials, errors, and experiences. Wholesaling, fix and flip, Airbnb.
Mhm.
And then we have weekly group coaching calls where I tune off all my members, Q&A. I bring in subject matter experts on Wednesday Zooms. We used to have field days, but obviously because of the whole COVID situation, we ceased the field days for now. And Young Bucks University, my online training platform that has all my records and everything. Did you borrow money for your first deal? How much did you have? You talked about you.
Oh, yeah, I think we answered those.
Okay, got you. I think he's talking about just my first deal in general. So I'm gonna take you guys back real quickly. I started real estate and I actually joined another networking group. And if there's something that I can implore to you guys, like the South Atlanta RIA, whether it be South Atlanta RIA, Young Bucks Nation, I think there's Atlanta RIA, there's so many things. Get involved in a mastermind of people who are doing the similar things and going a similar path you are trying to go. That will super excel your learning curve, and that'll get you to results much faster than you trying to do it by yourself. So my first deal, I had $900 to my name at the time, and I spent half of it to join another networking group at the time that was in existence. And my mentors, he had a whole like, hey, do bandit signs, and then you go be consistent with that. So I just went all in on that. I spent my last $400 on bandit signs, literally bandit signs and gas. And for the next 30 days, my phone was blowing off the phone, blowing off the line. 60 days, it was still blowing up. Like my family thought I was a drug dealer because I was getting so many phone calls. And then 90 days that happened, I had my first seller who contacted me, and his name is Mr. Reed Stewart. And again, this is all documented. You can go to my YouTube. You can go look up this exact video I'm talking about. He called me up. He said, do you buy properties? I said, yes. He sold me my first property, which was 1170 Wilmington Avenue. I'll never forget my first wholesale deal. I bought it for 15. I sold it for 18. And he had 30 more properties. To this day, I'm still selling properties that he owns. He got like 24 of them left right now. But this all happened because I was very consistent with my marketing. I did bandit signs and I studied that. I was like 50 signs a week, do it after 5 p.m. on the Fridays because City of Atlanta takes them up Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. I was very focused on my efforts, and that's why I was able to get my first couple of deals off those bandit signs. Hopefully that answered your question. You talked about initial start. Okay, is there any other questions?
Okay, I'm just pasting your information in the chat for everybody. Did I get your website right? I see that unnecessary colon, but
Erroll J. My website is my name, erroljallen.com. If you want to talk to me personally and do some consultations, that's the site to go. If you want like ongoing mentorship and be a part of my private group of Young Bucks, which is youngbucksnation.com, that's where you go for that.
Okay. All right, I have put you in the chat. Well, thank you so much, Erroll. I knew you were going to bring the heat. So we've got all your information in the chat. You guys, please, as we prepare for the next speaker, just go and follow. Somebody already said they followed you. You guys should be following.
I appreciate it, Tammy.
Okay, so cool. Thank you so much, Erroll. I figured out why y'all couldn't turn your video on, so I think we're straight now. 2 speakers in, so we're good. Okay, thank you, Erroll. Have a fantastic Saturday. Please stick around because I believe there's going to be more Q&A, hopefully time-wise at the end in case somebody thinks of a question for you, okay?
No problem.
Okay, cool. And there we go. Cool. I'm back. How you guys feeling? Okay, so y'all have followed Erroll, you followed Terrence. Are y'all still with me? Check in. Good information. If this is good information, say yeah. Let me see. I got to make sure y'all are with me before I bring this next speaker because this is another good one. All right, I love it. I love it. Somebody said, I love it. Definitely good content. We're still here. Fantastic. I love doing this, y'all. Like, it is such a blessing that you can come together, even from our homes right now, and get this information. So again, this is a benefit of, joining your Real Estate Investor Association. It has value. This is, we wouldn't even be doing this, if it wasn't for South Atlanta RIA. So, I forgot to drop the link. I see my members in here. Hey, y'all. Hey, if you're in South Atlanta, Rhea, say yeah. Uh-oh, somebody got the muscle emoji. How'd you even do that? Who's a member of South Atlanta, Rhea? Comment member. Comment member if you're a member of South Atlanta, Rhea. There you go. There you go. Yep. So if you're a member of South Atlanta RIA, all of the super groups are free. So once we can go back outside, you can go to any South Atlanta RIA member, any subgroup of South Atlanta RIA for free. There are 18 super groups. So I'm talking about mobile homes. I think mobile homes is Monday. Airbnb, wholesaling, this is creative financing. Oh my God, anything you can think of, you can go to the website. Someone said proud member. I know that's right. Okay, I'm going to drop the link to join. At this time, we are going to, that's my girl. Hey, Kayla. I'm going to bring on Anthony Epps. Again, you guys, I will be dropping their IG information and doing the admin stuff in the comments. You guys ready for Anthony Epps? If you're ready for Anthony Epps, make some noise. Woo! I swear I'm on a radio show, right, guys? Okay, so let me unmute Mr. Epps. There you go. Hey, Mr. Epps, can you hear me?
I sure can.
Okay, and let me ask to start. I'm gonna ask to start your video.
Okay.
There you go. And I am going to, there you go.
Hey.
Okay, guys, this is Mr. Anthony Epps. He is going, I already know. So turn your speakers all the way up because I know he's about to bring the heat in like 2 seconds. All right. So I'm going to mute you out and I will pop back on about 1:35 to prepare for questions. Okay. And I'll put all your social media info in the chat. Okay. Take it away.
How's everybody doing? Well, I guess y'all can't hear me. I mean, y'all can't, I can't hear you guys, but I can definitely, you can hear me. So, I don't know, Deanna, what did you want me to talk about? Wholesaling, creative deals. I don't know. What did you want me to, marketing? Let's see. Let me see the chat. Okay, I see. Okay, wholesaling. Okay, we'll start with that and then just kind of dovetail to where we need to go. Been in the business right now, going on 11 years. I think I did my first deal in 09, March of 09. And like some of the other, like Erroll and Terrence, just kind of, I never saw myself in real estate, me personally. I just knew I always wanted to be financially free and write my own script and not be tied down to somebody else's dreams and aspirations of what they wanted to do. But also I wanted to take that and put into my own perspective and what I wanted to do. So I'm from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, born and raised, and I moved here to Atlanta in 2000 after I graduated college. And then I started working at IBM in 2000. Yeah, 2000. And 10 months later, I was laid off. And so it was one of those eye-opening experiences because you thought you do the right things as far as go to college, get your grades, graduate, and then you're off to this new lifestyle of from what you were taught to do, and just to be blindsided by layoffs. So from there, I actually went and worked a couple other odd jobs, and just trying to basically see what avenue I wanted to go into. I actually did some network marketing for several years, and but that just never panned out for me. So eventually, I got into real estate by going to an online, not an online seminar, but actually a seminar that was held by Robert Allen, and it was kind of life changing at that point, just to kind of really see what could be done from a real estate perspective. I just always knew I wanted to be financially independent, and I took on I looked at that as my way out. And so I had some ups and downs, just obviously, trying to market and figure out, because back at that time, there really wasn't much of Facebook marketing or social media marketing at that time. So I was putting out bandit signs and, just trying to get my leads that way. And eventually got into doing short sales. And short sales was one of those avenues I actually studied it to where I knew how to actually put my packages together, send them to the bank, get the deals negotiated, and then I would just flip it to an investor. So that actually was my second deal that I was able to complete in 2009. So from there, I just kind of took it from just learning bit by bit as to, because I really didn't understand I didn't hear about wholesaling until a year or so after I had went to that seminar. And that was just kind of like by accident. So I just took it upon myself to say, well, if I can make money without any really cash on my part, on my end, then that was probably something that I wanted to do because I knew my situation. So I studied the wholesaling model, and that's how I actually did my short sale flip, was basically by negotiating the short sale and then just wholesaling it all to another investor. And so, that worked out pretty good for me. And from that point on, and to even now, my income has always increased every year I've been in the business. And so I've always been thankful for that, and just being a student of the game and just being studious to, what I wanted to do when I, from the different perspectives of marketing, different perspectives of learning different avenues of real estate, and just basically taking it to the tilt. So I would say wholesaling is one of those things where it's for the person who's getting into real estate, that's probably the avenue you want to start because of the least amount of risk that it entails. So most people that come into real estate don't have $100,000 saved to where they can buy a house, fix it up, and then put it on the market. Some people don't have the relationships that other people have, where you can go to a relative or a friend or someone to ask them to borrow a lump sum of cash, as a private lender. So, and that was my situation. I was like, well, I don't know those people. I don't have anybody that I can just go to and get $100,000 from to, do a rehab. So wholesaling was the avenue for me. And for those of you that necessarily don't know, or who are just new to the real estate business, wholesaling is just basically marketing for distressed sellers who potentially could sell a house under market value. So what you want to do is basically contract that property under market value, and then basically find you a cash buyer who's willing to pay you more than what you have the house under contract for. And you go to closing. So there's no cash out of your pocket, minus some closing costs, depending on if you're going to do a back-to-back closing or double closing, or if you're just going to do it in assignment. So those are the avenues of basically exiting out of that deal. So once you are familiar with it, and you get to doing 1 deal, 2 deals a month, now you're scaling it up because you're increasing your marketing to where you're doing 3, 4, 5 deals a month. And so now you can kind of see how you can set yourself apart and really create your own destiny from there. Now you can take it from there and actually build a business around it, which some of us have done, which means you have to hire some people in place to do some of the different measures of business that you don't necessarily want to do. Or if you just want to be a solopreneur and just kind of stick to your own and do everything yourself, that you can do that too. But just know that you just have a high paying job. And regardless of how well you're good at it, if it's only relying on you to do all the different facets of the business, then eventually you're going to get tired of that, and you're going to want to start delegating some things to other people. And so with wholesaling, we obviously have people that take our calls. We do a lot of different things for marketing. We do cold calling, we do texting. We buy lists from Deanna, to where we text those lists, we cold call, or we either send out direct mail. And we also do Facebook marketing. We've also done pay-per-click marketing, which is basically paying for Google AdWords. We put a pause on that for right now just because of everything that's going on, but definitely one of those things that we're going to be picking back up. And then there's just definitely one or two, there's others ways obviously too, to really be able to, from a marketing perspective, because we just do a handful. Now you can, for what I tell people and what I teach people is basically find one or two ways or streams that you're going to do and just stick to that. Don't try to do 5 or 6 at a time, because you're not going to be able to maintain that, over a short period of time. So again, going over with wholesaling, and Deanna has asked me sent me a couple questions. So the definition of wholesaling is basically buying a property under market value, or putting a property under contract under market value, selling it to another investor or buyer. Because you realize in real estate, there's what you call a retail price, and then there's also what you call a wholesale price. So you're going to be focusing on selling properties at a wholesale price to the investors who are going to buy those properties, fix them up, and either keep them for rentals or sell them on a retail market. Now you can obviously, once you get to a point, we call it wholesaling. Wholesaling is basically doing the same thing on the front end. You're getting properties at a good under market price, but then what you're doing is taking it to the retail market, and you're just doing basically a light cleanup of that house. You may be cutting the grass, just doing a trash out. Let's say the seller left a lot of trash in the property. Sometimes you can just go in and just clean it out, cut the grass, and you can put that same property on the market, on the retail, on the MLS, and then maybe just reduce the price a little bit just to really get a strong interest in it. And you sold that property closer to retail. So wholesaling is just a hybrid of wholesaling and retailing. Okay. A couple other things that we've done, and this is just really recent in the last, say, couple of years, that I've started to integrate into our business is creative financing deals. And some of you have heard of subject to. Really what that, in long form, it's basically buying a property subject to the existing financing. So if you hear someone says, well, I bought a house subject to, or, I want to build my rental portfolio with a bunch of sub 2 properties, that's exactly what they're referring to. They're looking to find sellers or owners of properties who are motivated to sell a property, but the terms where they keep the loan in place and you buy the property. So you do get the deed to the house, but the mortgage stays in the name of the previous seller. So that's a fantastic way of acquiring rentals or properties in general, because you don't have to come to the table with that $150,000 or $200,000 in cash. You can actually take over their payments, and depending on how their loan is set up, depending on their interest rate, what their monthly payments are, you can now determine if that's going to be a good deal for you to take over the payments on, because what you're looking to do is see if there is some cash flow potential for you just to hold that as a rental. You can do some things like short-term rentals, like Erroll was just mentioning. So a lot of people are looking to acquire sub 2 properties because it allows you flexibility. And I know that's one of the things that we're looking to do is acquire some of these sub 2 properties to expand them into short-term rentals, or you can do regular rentals. So if you took over payments on a house that has a payment of $1,800 a month, but you look at the numbers and that property will rent for $2,100, $2,200, that's a good potential property to take over payments on, because all you're doing is basically buying the property, taking over the note, and you can put a tenant in there, and now they're paying for the property. So over the years that you're owning that home, that principal balance is getting paid down further and further and further. So eventually you can essentially have a house that gets paid off just by you having it tenant occupied. Or you can do another step, which is what we do too, is sell at home owner financing. So you could take over the property subject to the existing financing, and now you can turn around and sell it to a homeowner, giving them owner finance terms, because that homeowner probably can't get a traditional mortgage because of credit issues that they may have or whatnot. So what you can do is you can take that buyer and put them through just a regular qualification, as if they were going to get a traditional mortgage. we call it RMLOs, like a residential mortgage loan officer. And what you can do is basically get them qualified, and you can set your interest rate at above prime rate because you're owner financing them. So if the prime rate is 3.5 to 4%, you can turn around and owner finance that buyer at 6.9, 7, 7.5%. And that creates that equity or that cash flow in the middle for you to not only cash flow while they're in the home, but here's the kicker, you also get a nice down payment. So some people teach doing the lease option route. I'd rather just sell owner finance because I can get a 10% down payment versus a 3 or 4 or 5% down payment. So if I take over a property that has an ARV of say $300,000, so quite frankly, that's a decent house in a nice area that people would want to live in. But I took over the payments. Let's say the property, when I bought it, the seller had a remaining balance of $220. Okay. And let's say their payments were $1,800 a month. I can turn around and now I can probably do some new paint and carpet if I want to. I don't have to, because now I'm going to sell it to someone who's on owner finance buyer. So if that property has an ARV of 300, I can probably sell that property at anywhere from 300 to maybe 310 owner finance terms with a 7% interest rate, and I get a 10% down payment. So if I sell it at 300,000, that buyer is coming to the table with 30 grand for their down payment. So that took care of whatever I had to pay on the front end to acquire that property, because in most cases with subject to deals, you don't have to give the seller any money, especially if they're in a situation where they're relocating or they are they know that they can't sell the property on the retail market without coming to the table with cash out of their own pocket. So if you can show how the seller basically can sell their home to you without coming out of pocket, they're more than grateful to not take any cash from you at closing, because they know that you're saving them from having to spend thousands of dollars for renovations that they may have to do, or if they have to cover the difference at the closing table. Okay. So now you get money up front when you sell it to that buyer. You get a down payment. You also get money cash flow wise. You get that $300-400 cash flow in the middle over the term of the life that they're in the property. And guess what? When they actually refinance, let's say your buyer refinances you out of that loan, now they pay you off. So let's say it was 5 years later. Let's say that loan that you took over at 220, now that payoff is now, 180, 185. And let's say they pay you off, and because they paid 30 grand down, so their balance is at 270. But over 5 years, their payments probably were their payoff to you probably is around 5 years. Let's call it 245. So now you get another big chunk of cash when they close you out. So that's definitely an advanced strategy, but that's also a way, especially going into the market we're going to even more so now. These are the types of deals that you want to be looking for, because those are what. These are the right opportunities, because everybody can't sell you a house for cash because they may still have a mortgage that's higher than what your cash offer would be. So no investor is going to buy the house cash wise to do that. So you have to be able to kind of pivot and maneuver to see what other strategy you can acquire that property to still make it work for the seller and also, work for your business. I know I probably have some questions over here. I've just been rambling, but owner financing and so I did talk about a little bit about the owner financing, but you can also buy properties under owner financing terms as well. So I just mentioned to you how I can sell a house giving owner finance terms, but now let's talk about how you can buy a home with owner financing. I recently bought a property in McDonough, huge house, $500,000 house with $20,000 down. And some of you would be like, wow, how would you even do that? Why would somebody even want to do a deal like that given the circumstances? Now, I can tell you this, the property has a true real world value of anywhere between $530,000 to $550,000, $530,000 to $550,000. I bought the house for $385,000 and with $20,000 down. So I already was walking into great equity from day one. Okay. So my payments, I think what we did, if I can remember correctly, we put 20 grand down, and we also, so here's the kicker too. You can be as creative as you want to be when it comes to owner financing. You can be creative with the interest rate. You can be creative with the down payment, or you can buy these properties with no interest and no down payment. It's just it's all really what you can negotiate. But with this being such a great deal, I was willing to do the $20,000 down, but I didn't have to do it at one time at the closing. I spread it out over several months. And then two, you can structure your interest payments. You can structure your interest rate to be where you can say, well, for the first year, I don't want to pay any interest. And then you can have your interest payments kick in like that following year. Or since you're putting down a decent down payment, you can negotiate to see if you can actually waive 6 months of payments since you're putting down a decent down payment. So it's just all really depend on what you can, negotiate on something like that. But those are ample opportunity. There'll be ample opportunities for those as well too. Because just think about it. If a person has a house that's free and clear, typically if they're not really wanting to sell at a wholesale price, so some people that you talk to are really just stuck on their price. Okay. And the funny thing about this deal that I just mentioned, I actually offered that person like $360 cash, which they didn't want to do that, but they were willing to take $385 with owner financing terms. So that's a winner to me. On a house that's worth over $500,000. And it was already in really good condition. I mean, it's literally nothing really to do with that property. Okay. But there are going to be some instances where obviously you don't have to do a $500,000 house. You can do, $150,000, $200,000 house where you could buy it under owner financing terms. Let's say the house is free and clear. Then you can structure you can structure however you want to, whether it's a 10-year, 15-year, 20-year term. We still amortize it over 30 years because that gives you the longer payment. Or you could do 40 years. You can amortize it 40 years if you want to. Just depends on how it makes it amicable for you for your strategy. Because typically what you're going to do with those properties, you're just either going to hold those as rental properties and cash flow on them, which is what most people are going to do when they're buying properties on finance. So those are two good strategies that I love outside of just doing the regular all cash purchase, because not everybody's interested in an all cash offer. You're going to have some people that know they have a house that's worth $150 and they're not going to sell it for $75,000 or $80,000. But if you can approach them and say, hey, you know what, I understand that cash offer may be too low for you, but would you be interested in taking payments? If I can offer you a higher price point, would you be interested in taking payments over time? That may or may not appease them, but if they just say yes, then find out what number works. I still probably don't want to offer full retail. Now, if I'm going to give them full retail, then I want a full 30-year term. But if they say, well, I want to be paid off in 10 years. I don't want to do anything longer than 10 years. Okay, I may offer that person, 115. But what really matters is how you can amortize it. So if I can amortize it 40 years, that makes my payments even lower on that property, or I can offer them 130. It really doesn't matter. I can give them whatever price they want, as long as the terms and the numbers fit for what I'm trying to do. So if that house, if my payments on that property are going to turn out to be, $600 or $700 a month, but I know I can rent that house out for $1,100, $1,200, $1,300 a month, it really doesn't matter at that point. As long as I'm cash flowing, I can make the numbers, manipulate the numbers the best way I can. So definitely understand and get some good knowledge from that. We're going to probably put some kind of course together, or just some kind of, consulting, platform to help people with identifying these types of opportunities and putting them in place, because they definitely work. And you may not think people will sell to you with those types of terms, but they're out there every day and they happen every single day. So, Deanna, I'm trying to look at if you ask for any questions. Okay. Yeah. You got my Instagram is Mr. ATL Wholesaler.
Yes.
So what else am I you still got some I still got some time, or actually I got 1 minute left, huh?
No, well, actually, this is the Q&A portion, so you're doing perfect.
Oh, I'm in the, okay.
So we have, so do you ask the seller about these types of properties, or you said use a list?
Okay, let me see where.
I guess they're trying to say, like, how do you find people that want to enter these type of transactions? Is that what you mean, Tammy? Let us know in the chat, but we're gonna go with that route. I feel like that's what she's asking.
Well,
yes.
okay.
How do we find people that would be accepting of these type of strategies?
Okay. Well, you don't find them. You create the scenario depending on what their needs are and what you, because you're the expert approaching them. So, there's not people don't raise their hand and say, hey, I want to sell my house subject to my existing financing, because most times they don't even know that they can sell their house under those terms. It's you expressing to them how you can make it, how for you to help them out. This is probably the best route. We need to buy your house. Okay. And, because if somebody has a house that they have a mortgage of $100,000, the house is only worth retail $130,000. So, and it may need some light cosmetic repairs. So they know they don't have the money to put the repairs in. And then two, if they try to put it on the market, they're going to probably have to come to the closing with some money out of their own pocket, because they may not get 130. They're probably retail that they may get as is from a buyer, probably be right at 100 or just maybe a tad more. But if they got to pay commissions and closing costs, then they're going to be in a deficit. So in that scenario, I'm still going to give them, let them know what my cash price would be, because what I'm doing is I'm setting the stage for, we can, if I had to pay your house, if I have to pay cash for your property, the best I can pay is $50,000 based on the repairs that the house is needing. And based on the fact that when I fix it up, I have to put it on the market and I have to sell the house. But there is another scenario that we can probably talk about that could work for you. I just have to see if it fits our program. And, then I kind of go into, what if we could buy your house, taking over your payments? Would that be something that would interest you? We would buy the house, we would take care of the taxes, insurance, we have to do the repairs. And basically it'll be our house to fix up and hold on to. The mortgage will stay in your name because the bank won't allow us to assume your mortgage, because that's not what they'll allow to do. But we can still buy your house and take over your payments. Now, some people will say, well, that sounds great. Some people say, well, no, I don't want to do that. I just want my loan paid off. Okay. Well, if you don't get your house sold or your loan, so it really goes back to, did you understand their needs? Because someone who needs to relocate, and I can tell you the types of sellers that we've done most of our subject to deals on were people who had to relocate for a job, or they had to relocate and they couldn't wait to list their house for sale. They couldn't wait for that to happen because they had a job that they had to go to. Or it was a scenario of family, they had to relocate because of family, or they bought another house already and they thought they wanted to be a landlord. And they just found out that they don't want to own another property and have to continue to be a landlord and have another mortgage on the house. So it just really kind of depends on the situation of that seller. So, but it's up to you to create that scenario for them, so they can understand that we can still help you out and buy your house, but this is the way we have to do it.
Okay, we've got a few more questions. We may have to save some of these. We're gonna do a Q&A portion after our last speaker at 2:40, guys. So let's see. So where did you leave off? Did you go over the specific formula to present a creative offer? Are you using the 1% rule or some other standard?
On a creative offer, like I said, basically what we look at on a potential sub-2 deal is we look at you want to definitely find out what the total payments are on the property that you're looking at. And then you want to look at what you could rent that house out for. Okay. And equity is not really, I really don't look at equity so much, because if I got a tenant, let's say the payments are, let's say the balance owed on the loan is 200,000 and the house is only worth 200,000. But let's say the seller had very favorable terms. So let's say they had a 3.5% interest rate and their payments are $1,400 a month. But I know I can rent that house out for $1,800 a month. I'll do that deal in a heartbeat. Now, some people will say, well, I need equity in my substitute. Well, okay, well, they'll just sell the house to me and not you. Because they're looking for a solution. And I know if I'm just going to look at holding that property long term. Now, over the course of, and I never, guarantee as far as when I will sell that house or when I will pay that loan off, because you just never know. So let's say I hold that property for 10 to 15 years, that $200,000 balance is going to go down more and more. So eventually I'm going to have enough spread in that property based on me having it rented out for all these years. So now I can look at turning that property over if it deems so. Or I may decide, because it's been such a great rental, just keep it as a rental and just let the balance pay off itself. So I look at just the numbers from a cash flow perspective. And we've also wholesaled some of those properties too. So I don't keep all of them because anytime I send out a property where you can take over payments to our investor database, they eat it up. They eat them up because they know they can take over a property for 20, 25 grand that's worth 200,000 that can bring them, $300, $400, $500 a month in cash flow. So they're looking at it from a standpoint of long term. Now you have some people that are looking just to get in and get out real quick. So, the ones that have skinny margins or skinny equity, they're not gonna be in it for that. But there's a ton of buyers that will buy subject to deals for the cash flow.
Very good. Very good. Okay. I know we still have some more questions. This will be the last one and then we'll be ready for the next one. And then you guys just stick around because we're going to do a full Q&A and I'm just going to write down these questions so I can clear them out for when Brandon comes on. Someone asked, what sources list providers are you using to find deals? That is not my question. That is Alexander's question.
That's it. That was for me.
Yes.
Oh, well, obviously I use Deanna, and because for probate. What other lists I get a lot of them from you, Deanna. I get probate, evictions,
divorce. Okay. Yeah.
I know that's pretty much, yeah. Those are the main ones. But then we also use, list source. We have PropStream, and various, it's other sites you can, that are list providers that you can get lists from.
Okay.
Yeah, for sure. Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. So we have two more, Ronnie and Alexander. We're going to come back to your questions. I'm just going to make note of them and we'll circle back. Okay. Just out of respect for time. So Mr. Epps, thank you so much. You brought
no problem. It was a pleasure.
I know they're going to have more questions for you. So if you could just stick around, we're going to have everybody come on at 2:40 and answer questions because people are going to continue to think of stuff. But I thought this was fantastic. And so we're going to get ready for the next person, give you a chance to get a breather, and we'll come back with more questions.
Okay.
Good. Thank you. Okay, cool. All righty. You guys still with me? We are getting ready to, let's see. This is like a job. Like I'm doing the technical, the admin.
Yeah.
Hold on, y'all. Look, we got two more messages. I didn't get a chance to see. Okay, they're just saying thank you. Thank you, Anthony. Yes,
no
he's amazing. He is amazing, you guys. So this is someone to follow. We're getting ready to bring on another person. We have two more speakers, guys. So Brandon, are you there? Brandon, are you there? This is
Hello?
Brandon Barnes. There he is.
Hey.
Okay.
Let me try to join it back.
Oh, there we go.
Cool.
There we go. Okay. So
all right, look.
Do the spotlight. Hold on. There you go. And one second, Brandon. Oh, there you go.
Okay.
Okay, cool. All right, guys, this is Brandon Barnes, another superstar, rock star investor that's coming on. I'm going to mute out, and then Brandon, I will be back about 2:05-ish for questions, okay?
Okay.
Okay, cool.
Cool. So the reason I'm in my car and I should be home right now at my desk and set up is because I am finally coming to the finish line of a deal that was affected by COVID-19. So I'm gonna tell you guys this story before I switch over. I have a PowerPoint presentation. I love iPhones and technology because I can share the presentation that I put together for you guys from my phone. But this house in Ellenwood, literally we were set to close middle of March, and found out last minute that there was a bond against the house. And this is going to go down as one of my kind of craziest, most unique deals and the story around it. I think the seller had been telling my acquisition manager for a while that he had a bond in the house, and I didn't bring it up to the closing attorney because I said, hey, I think it'll pull up on a title, but it didn't. And I opened my big mouth literally 2 days before closing, which was also 2 days after Clayton County Courthouse got shut down. So I've been running around calling everybody, courthouse, bond administrator, the jail, to get this cleared. And ultimately, they, our closing attorney was like, hey, the only way that you can get this cleared is if you have the inmate turn himself in. And I'm like, man. And so this is going on over 4 to 5 weeks. So this is like early middle of March. But in this business, you always have to be able to. It's a problem-solving business. And so I tried to get a power of attorney to represent the grandfather that was going to allow the house to be put on, the bond to be put on his house, but he's an elderly gentleman, didn't want to come to the jailhouse and get COVID-19. So ultimately, I finally coordinated, literally 2 days ago, to have the seller, the previous inmate, and the grandfather who's going to put the house in the bond of his house meet me at the jailhouse today. I had to come up here yesterday in Clayton County, come again today, and then we get all the way into the front door, and the bond lady says, yeah, you have to turn yourself in and be booked. And she's looking at me like I got 3 heads, like, because I told her you didn't have to go through that. So really, really crazy story, but 6 weeks later, 5 weeks later, we're actually going to be able to close this out. I'm literally just leaving Clayton County Jail with the bond release and get this deal closed. And as you guys know, with everything that's going on right now, you got to make the most out of your deal. So that was a crazy, crazy story. But enough of that. Thank you, Deanna, for the great introduction. Brandon Barnes. I've been real estate investing for over 4 years now. Luck of the draw, recently I had been fired from my last job. I worked with Heinz. They got bought out by 3G and Berkshire Hathaway. Then I went to work with Kraft Foods. They got bought out. Then I came to Georgia with the ice cream company. They got bought out by Unilever, and they found a way to fire me. I was able to sue them for wrongful termination and win the suit, and that actually gave me some upfront cash to get going. And throughout that period, when I did not have a job, I reached out to my buddy I met in Pittsburgh who had kept telling me about real estate investing. I called him up. I was like, hey, man, what's this real estate investing all about? And he's like, hey, bro, I actually moved to Atlanta. I'm here. Come through. I have this mentor program, Wholesaling Inc., Tom Kroll. It's a great program. You come through. We can make some money together. And that was, and by the way, rewinding, I got fired within 2 weeks of getting married. So this was October 20th, 2015. I called my buddy in December, and I started full steam in real estate investing, wholesaling specifically, January 2016, and haven't looked back. I had a great mentor. I did 6 figures that first year. I increased that a bit. I learned about a guy named Brent Daniels that was talking about TTP and cold calling. And I was one of the early adopters of cold calling, late 2016, early 2017. And that next year, 2018, we did $1 million, just shy of $1 million in my company, but I had other deals. And then we did $1 million last year in transaction revenue. And a big part of that was, firing myself, getting out of the way, getting an acquisition manager. So I want to talk to you guys today because my setup was born out of, and I'll get to this, but I was going on every appointment in person. I was trying to do everything and be everybody in the business. And then finally, that's kind of the realization that if we just send more offers and do things virtually, starting in late 2017, we could do more deals without spreading myself so thin. So I literally finished a presentation last night, and I'm going to try to share my screen with you guys. Oh, man. I don't know if it's going to let me, guys. But I can share, I'll go through my presentation with you. It's making the shift, doing the same deals virtually. Deanna, can you see? It's not letting me share my screen.
Yeah, right now it turned your video off. Yeah, it just turned your video off. Try to click share screen in the middle. What happens when you press that?
Share screen is showing me screen, photos, iCloud Drive, Box, Dropbox, Google Drive. See if I can do this. Start record. See, okay. Let me know. Can you see this making a shift?
Right. No, right now I just see like a white screen that says share screen, invite others, join audio. So I think it makes your screen white because you're picking a screen.
Okay. So what I'll do is I'll go through the presentation and just kind of talk you guys through it. So 3 things.
Do you want
to send it to me
and I share it for you?
Yeah. Can you see anything now?
Right now we're looking at a white screen.
Okay.
Well,
so what I'll do is I'll flip this over to you, but I'll keep it moving. 3 things of my business, my success has always been consistency, continuous learning and development, and networking and mentorship. And I am going to send this to you via email real quick, Deanna. If you could share the screen and I'll just talk through it.
Absolutely. Yep. Just send it to me right now and I'll get it up.
Law clerk on demand. Perfect. Then let's see if you can get that and pull that up. But I'll go through this. Consistency, learning, development, and networking and mentorship. The first, I kind of told you a little bit about that background. I learned how to wholesale by going appointment to appointment, belly to belly. That's just how I learned how to do deals. I'm gonna just start my video again. Cool. So going to appointments, building rapport, and hey, I can close deals. If I get in front of a seller, I'll talk about everything under the sun. be professional, be presentable. And that's what I did for the first 2 years. And then I played acquisition manager as well as disposition manager, team lead, marketing lead, everything, right? And it was a good week if I could get out 10 offers. So that happened very rarely. And the realization was the main metric, the main KPI that we needed to do more deals was making more offers. And I had a conversation with two guys that were also in the Wholesaling Inc. group that said, they posted a video in the kind of Mastermind Facebook group that said, hey, we're about to kill Podio. We're just going to completely get out of Podio. We don't like it. We don't want to use it. And everybody knows, everybody here that's, used Podio, it's not the most intuitive CRM. Most CRMs are a waste of time anyways, because there's so many automations and different things. So when they talked about just killing Podio, it piqued my interest. Is that, hey, I think we can do deals virtually, even though I'm doing deals in this city, in my home market, in Atlanta, that you can do deals like that. So late 2017, we made that shift to being on the phone, and I wasn't the best at it, but I went on and brought on an acquisition manager. I realized that even me trying to do deals over the phone. Yeah, are you able to did you get the email?
I haven't received it yet. It may be still trying to come through. Maybe it's your reception.
Okay. So it was born out of me, running the business and playing acquisition manager. Can you still see me right now, by the way?
We are looking at the white screen again. I think you have to go back and keep the app open.
Okay, because I'm looking at the slides as well. We wanted to be more efficient. No more driving to appointments, and it was a lack of time to send offers. And so we're using Mojo Dialer as my main method of doing deals was cold calling. And so using Mojo Dialer, it is a CRM. You can attach leads to it. You can, attach files. And then the cool thing about it is that you can set your follow-ups and power dial those. So that was our big shift. Get out of Podio and keep everything in the dialer. Even to this day, it doesn't have to be just a cold call lead. It could be any type of lead. It could be PPC. It could be online. It could be direct mail. And we do some of those things. When we get a lead, we just put it into the dialer, and we power dial all of our leads. Everything that comes through as the prospect goes into a wholesale bucket. And then ultimately, my acquisition manager is going to reach out and make an offer, and then that will go into an offer sent bucket, and then he'll maybe set appointments for himself. But by constantly turning those leads, I think that's the best form of follow-up that you can do is a live touch by power dialing your leads. And versus traditionally, when you're wholesaling your marketing, you send your marketing out, something comes in, it goes into your CRM, Podio, whatever, and then you hand dial those leads or you go on those appointments. I completely switched that. And of course, this is very relevant right now because none of us can go to a bunch of appointments. You need to be virtual anyway. But we made that shift to where about 95, probably even 98% of the deals that we do, we don't see the property until after it's under contract. And so that's a key principle for us. All you need for a setup like this, if you wanted to make the shift from, where you were formerly of doing deals and going on appointments to going virtual, I would highly suggest that you use an auto dialer. I prefer Mojo because it's very simple. And you need Mojo or another auto dialer. You need a call tracking provider, so like a call rail, a number provider if you're using Mojo. and then an email platform. And I keep my buyers in there. The roles that you need for making this shift. Because remember, and I was just kind of started off where I was talking about a few different things, but I want to impress upon everybody that that's on this call that if you're wanting to make the shift from in-person appointments to doing deals virtually, which again we all have to do at this time, those are all you need. When you boil it all down, the people that you need your lead generation. So for me, that's my cold callers, but it can be whatever lead generation that you prefer to do. It could be direct mail. And then you need your lead generation, your administrative VA. So when I call a VA, a virtual assistant, I'm talking about an admin VA. Cold caller is a cold caller. VAs aren't cold callers, in my opinion. A VA is an administrative assistant. And then you need an acquisition manager. But those three people, you can do $1 million in wholesale revenue right here in the city of Atlanta, or any other similar size market. And the jobs that they perform, the VA does all seller marketing, all buyer marketing. So when I say seller marketing, pulling the list, skip tracing the list, uploading the list. Your buyer marketing, they're creating the campaign. They are, responding to emails. You need a dialer management. That's what the VA also does. Is they're gonna make sure that you have, KPIs coming out of the dialer. You'll need your, CRM management if you're using something different, and email management. So my one VA can do all those things and support my acquisition manager and my disposition manager and keep the marketing flowing. And the most important thing that administrative VA does is to send offers. If that's not, there's a lot of KPIs that people track, right? But the most important metric in my business is how many offers we're sending. Because if you're in this business and you're consistent, you're generating leads regardless. If you send offers, you're giving yourself a chance to do deals. An offer is, honestly, when you boil it down, it's just another marketing piece. It gives you an opportunity to extend the conversation with the seller. And I think that that's something that, I even got caught up in early on. You have a conversation, you go to an appointment, you say, hey, I'm gonna run my numbers, I'm gonna get back to you. It's an offer. Sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. Sometimes they scare you off by telling you what they wanted and you're not able to meet that. Yeah, it's an offer. Regardless if it's, like Anthony was talking about, a creative financing structured offer. You send offers. And in our business, 25, in my business, 25 offers equals a signed contract. That's the most important metric. And I want a VA to do that. So my administrative VA. So wherever my lead gen is coming from, which for us mainly is cold calling, we do some text messaging, and some direct mail, just mainly for probate. That lead gen is going. My acquisition manager is going through those leads. He's sending an offer on the first or second call, and he's constantly following up on all offers sent, and anybody else he needs to set an appointment with. And that's it. But he's just sending an alert to the VA to actually send the offer. The more time I can keep him on the phone, the better. Like that's very important to this process of being virtual and doing deals. Is you have to send a bunch of offers. I want my VA sending the offers, my acquisition manager going through the leads and following up, and my prospectors or my marketing going out on a regular basis. My acquisition manager, when he comes in each day, he has 3 buckets, 3 campaigns. It's all the wholesale leads, all the people that we've already sent offers to, and any hot appointments. He responds to emails, and he may respond and text message a lead that has responded, that has reached back out to him. That's all he's doing. All he's doing is on the phone all day and setting tasks in the system for our VA to send that offer. Phone skills are essential to this process. If you want to make this shift, you got to be good on the phone. When I started this shift in this process, my former partner, it was his suggestion. He wanted to do the Ray Kroc example, franchise McDonald's style, right? That anybody that just can be good on the phone can sit in that seat. And he wanted to have a VA pulling comps, and he just wanted somebody as the acquisition manager just don't have to understand the numbers. They just need sending offers, and that didn't quite work out because the person that was in that seat, she wasn't flexible enough to adjust when necessary. So when I actually turned one of my prospectors into my current acquisition manager, he understands, how to pull comps, and we'll get to that in a second. But the other piece that we needed in that model was a script, an acquisition manager script. And so there's a lot of scripts floating out here, and I have a picture of the script, and I'll share it as well at the end. I'm almost to my house, guys. The script that I developed, so everybody has a prospecting script. Everybody has a Brent Daniels cold calling script, right? But who has an acquisition manager script? And there are some that are out there. So I sat down, and by being, a Todd Toback student, by listening to John Martinez, by reading his book, Fire Yourself, Hire Acquisition Manager, there was a lot of things that I pulled out, and I created a script. It's proprietary to our business. It's based off of a sales cycle. There's 7 steps to that sales cycle, and I'll get to those all in a minute. But I can remember, you warm up, you build rapport, you ask for permission, you qualify and diagnose. That's 3. You sell the benefit basically of the offer. You make the offer 5. You get closed 6, and you boomerang 7. Boomerang is when you say, "Hey, are you sure? I just want to make sure that you're sure we do this. You want to do this deal." And it's a 7-step sales cycle. And by having that built out, and I'm gonna share this with you guys because it's my bread and butter. It's kind of my crown jewel of what we've built. And my coaching students, they use this script to get closed. And every conversation that they have with the seller lead, they're trying to continue that sales cycle. Whether it's a follow-up, you're always going to start again by building rapport. You're going to ask for permission. Hey, I just want to talk to you a little bit more about the property. You're going to describe the features, sell the benefit. You're going to try to shoot your shot, make your offer. You are going to try to get closed, and you're going to boomerang every time you have a conversation. The cool part about this is that I think I mentioned my acquisition manager makes the offer in the first or second conversation, because we don't want to be playing phone tag with seller leads and, hey, I'll get back to you, I'll find an offer. Like, no, you need to go through the process and make the offer on that first phone call, or say, hey, I'm going to send my best offer. But the crazy part is it usually takes about 8 to 12 calls before we actually get it signed. That's the power of the follow-up. And every time he's on the call, he's just starting back over. He's building rapport. He's, asking permission. He's going through the offer, so forth and so on. So I'll share that with you. Everyone gets an offer. We do electronic signature requests, so a DocuSign or PandaDoc. We try to shorten the sales cycle with each conversation. We try to send 50 offers per week. Now, the other piece that I had to figure out, and you guys, you'll have a cheat code that I'll share with you as well, is how to come up with offers. There's a lot of different schools of thought out there. Of course, as you start, as you start, everybody learns 70% ARV minus repairs minus your fee. But that mainly works with full fix and flips. That mainly works with a property that is going to be completely flipped. And I recognize really early on that we're leaving deals on the table if we run the numbers through that way all the time. And then, you know, my buddy Daryl Patterson that got me into this game said, hey, you know, there's the rental rule for rentals, where you do like the 1% rule of, you know, if you're buying a house at $100,000, it should have a rent of $1,000 minus some fees. Well, I started to see similarities and realized that I can just base my offers off of as is sold comps. So it's very simple. My formula is find an as is sold comp in the area, knock off the margin that I want to make, and that's my maximum allowable offer. It's very, very simple. And I have a buddy that created Let's Go Offer, and it basically is based off of a similar principle. There's 3 types of as-is offers, if we can all agree. There's 3 types of as-is comps, and you can see it all on Zillow. I don't need FMLS, I don't need MLS, GA, MLS, whatever. I can do everything off of Zillow because the sold comps are true for the most part. I don't care about the investment. I look for the sold comps. I want to look for a comp in the area, a subject property nearby in the neighborhood that either sold to a rehabber, to a landlord, or a owner occupant. And it's very simple to find those comps. When you look out in the area of subject property, you look for a similar style home, similar square footage, and you look at what's sold. If you see something that's sold that was fully fixed and flipped and renovated, you look in the price history and see what it sold to before it was fixed and before it was renovated. That's your B2C price. That's the price that you should be able to sell to another buyer if your property is similar. So why don't I just base my offer off of that? I want to make $20K on every deal. You need to have a big buffer in there because you're estimating here. But if I see a house on the same street that sold for $100K, $180K, and last year it sold for $100,000, I'm gonna say I could sell mine for that if it's similar as is condition. So I'm gonna make my maximum allowable offer at $80,000. Same thing with landlords and rentals. You can see something that has a watermark. You look in the pictures, look in the price history. You see something that has watermarks on it, it was likely a rental. And I'll knock my margin off of that and make my offer. And then lastly, owner-occupied property. If you see a property that sold fully furnished, it likely sold in, move-in ready condition. And that is, I'll knock my margin off of that. And I'll assume if my property is in like move-in ready condition, or it's a really good house in Beaufort or something, I'm going to knock off my margin and I'm going to make my offer. So that's it. It's the 3 types of as-is comps. The other thing, the cheat code that I'm going to give you guys is called letsgooffer.com. A buddy of mine, Tag Thompson, created a software that pulls as-is comps. And you put in any address, you put the condition in, and it will tell you how much to make an offer. And so between those 2 things, you can come up with your offer price and keep it moving, because it's all about, this is a volume play. It's all about making as many offers as possible within reason, and you will get signed contracts. And I mentioned already that for every 25 offers we make, we get 1 back signed. What was my next slide? I am logging in, guys. I am sorry for this, but I had to take care of that deal in Clayton County.
You're a rock star, Brandon. I've never seen anything like this. I'm typing your website for you. What's your code for Let's Go Offer?
INU.
Right. I should have known that. Okay. Guys, there it is. while Brandon gets set up. Didn't I say he was a rock star, guys? I've never seen that. So you drove a car, gave an entire presentation, but I think that's a lesson on navigating real estate. Like I've seen you make videos about getting it done no matter what. So you just demonstrated that you're the real deal. Look at that microphone.
100%. So, you know, it comes, you got to roll with the punches. Honestly, you really do. So I'm going to open this presentation up so I can at least just share it with you.
Okay.
Shift. Cool.
No match found.
Stop
Someone
it,
said,
Siri.
yeah, after he left the jailhouse, making a deal happen. He's awesome. And then we have
Yes.
one more speaker after Brandon. We're going to let Brandon conclude. Look at this great presentation. So we're going to let him conclude. We'll just dip a little bit from Q&A. So it's totally okay.
And I'm going to fly through this just to get caught up. Making the shift, like I said, these are my 3 keys to success and everything that you do. The death to Podio, when we killed it, late 2017, everything we do, we keep it in the dialer. The needed roles, you need your lead generation, whatever that is, your administrative VA, your AM, lead gen can be anything, cold call, direct mail. Whatever we get, we just put it in the dialer and set it as a follow-up from my acquisition manager. This is what my administrative VA does. It's mainly, she's sending offers and keeping everything going. Acquisition manager, he's calling these 3 buckets every day. He's following up with emails and SMS. You'll realize when you start to send email offers, people will respond back and you can engage them further via that email. And we do a lot of deals by people that responded to emails. This is a little bit of the script. I'm going to give you guys a link. Everyone gets an offer. Mention that 50 plus a week. That's my acquisition manager's metric. And the type of as-is comps, like I mentioned, sold to a rehabber, sold to a landlord, sold to owner occupant, you'll be amazed that you will see those same type of properties in your area. And if your property, subject property is similar, just knock off your margin and make the offer. As-is comp minus margin equals your mail, and you always anchor below your mail. Everybody, if you haven't looked at the Ackerman method, our first offer, our first anchor is 65% below, and then it's 75, and then 80, and then the mail. However, if we're already very close on the price, I won't go 65. I might get closer and just squeeze it in and make the deal happen. Let's go offer.com. Great tool. It pulls from Zillow. You put in your address, you put in the condition of the property, and it'll give you a sweet spot. And this is the offers number has a built-in 20K margin for yourself. So if I was to make an offer on Joyner Ave, and you guys can test it out yourself, it's like a free trial for 7 days, and then it's like $30 a month with the discount code INU. It builds in a 20K offer because you need that 20K. I used to do 10K all day and then the deal will fall apart. You go in at 20K all day. If the deal, if it goes sideways, you still make 5-10. My favorite list are these: tired landlords, probate, eviction, driving for dollars. Of course, Deanna provides us with probate, evictions, as well as divorce. We're getting a great rate. Use the code INU. But we not a great rate. We get a great response rate of the leads that Deanna gets. I used to go down to the courthouse. Consistency. I used to go down to the courthouse every week. DeKalb, Fulton, Gwinnett, and I would pull Cobb online for probates. That's how I cut my teeth early on. But Deanna has been a lifesaver with that because I trust her data versus somebody elsewhere in the country, and they're giving a list to everybody and their mom. The gold is in the follow-up, guys. Everybody knows this. I just told you our first or second offer happened. Our first or second conversation, we deliver an offer, verbal follow-up by a written offer. It has to be written. You have to put it on paper. It's not real unless you put it on paper. And if you get it locked up too high, you can get a reduction. Just be, have morals. Don't get something locked up high just to get it reduced down. And if you get something too low, you got a deal. But you have to put it in writing so that they know it's real and they want to work with you. The gold is in the follow-up. And I just pulled this cheesy picture when I just searched the gold is in the follow-up, and down below 81% of all sales happen after the 5th contact. So if you're not having continued conversations with these people, you will not get deals done. If you're not sending offers, you won't get deals done. So if you take anything away from this presentation, is to make more offers. And I know the most efficient way you can do that is if you're virtual and you're on the phone and you're power dialing, not hand dialing out a Podio. You can power dial. If you have any questions about that, I have a great coaching program that I'm having a modules only version. DM me at IMB Barnes. Credibility is important when you're doing this virtual model. I got BB Better Business Bureau, but I used to go down all the time and do videos with the sellers. Very simple, and these are the super old ones. But having a website, I use Carrot just to actually show like, hey, I'm doing deals. These are people that I'm talking to at the closing table. That's important, I believe, when you are when you're trying to do things virtual without meeting them in person. And honestly, we have the similar contract fallout rate doing everything virtual, doing this estimated way than when I used to go to the property. You go to the property, you make an offer, you're not going to be right all the time. We still close 60% plus of every deal we put under contract. So 2 contracts or so a week, we get 8 to 10, we can close 4 to 6. And our average deal size last year came in right just shy of 20K. Learning development. These are like last very few slides. These are books. If you're cold calling, you got to have fanatical prospecting. If you're ready to get an acquisition manager, this is a great book. Objections will help you be comfortable on the phone, and everybody knows never split the difference. Networking and mentorship. Of course, I have REI Live Atlanta. We do our virtual meetings now every third Thursday. You can go to reiliveatl.com. I mean, if you're interested in learning, I originally had a coaching program that was like your 7 steps to wholesale success. I'm, of course, in light of everything that's going on, I'm really diving into how I shifted from going to every appointment in person to doing it virtually. I've been doing this since late 2017. In Atlanta, we don't go to properties until we have it under contract. You can do this. If you want help, give me a shout. BrandonJBarnes.com, or you can go to imbbarnes.com. Also gets you there. Resources. Law Clerk on Demand is supposed to be on this list, as well as Mr. Charlie. Jesus Christ. What is what's the attorney thing? Deanna, don't you have an affiliate with the attorney?
No, I'm not an affiliate, but
because I just used them, Legal Shield.
mm-hmm.
So I signed up as an affiliate. I haven't signed anybody up. If anybody's interested, DM me. But I literally got 2 traffic tickets. You see how I drive. And they did the whole negotiating for me. You can get the wills and everything through that. Batch skip tracing, I do have a discount code. I have a discount code for PropStream, Deal Machine, Carrot, and Go Offer. Most of them are INU. But these are some of the tools that I use on a regular basis. If you want the acquisition manager script, text me your name and email address to this number right here, 678-505-1020. And I will send that script. It's one of a kind. You won't see it on the internet. This is the script that I developed when we transition from being in person to going over the phone. It works. So much so my acquisition manager actually lives in Mexico. He's a former U.S. Marine from Florida, but he lives in Mexico. I don't go on appointments because he handles it. And that is it. I'm sorry, guys, for the incredible delay and driving and all that good stuff.
You did great. Didn't I say he was going to bring the heat, you guys? It was good. So make sure you follow Brandon on everything, guys. We got one more speaker coming up. Brandon, thank you so much for your time.
Yes,
Your
for sure.
talents,
For sure.
driving, and setting up, all that good stuff.
Awesome. Now, the only question I saw about standard appropriate follow-up schedule, if you put it in a dialer, it doesn't matter. If you're power dialing everybody, you'll touch them at some point. You can turn your entire lead list each and every week if you're power dialing every lead that came in. So I don't worry about the appropriate follow-up schedule. When we send an offer, we set an offer sent follow-up for 2 days later or 1 day later. And if it's hot, he sets an appointment. But if you're following up everybody in the dialer, you're going to get to everybody regardless. You don't have to have these fancy automations. PandaDoc or DocuSign, they'll send email reminders as well. So
Okay.
hope that was helpful.
Yes, Brandon, please stick around so that we can get, because you had a ton of questions in the box, but I want to get Frank on, and then we're going to do Q&A. So if you could just stick around, I'm going to pop Frank on, and then we're going to bring all the panelists back so that you guys can answer these questions, because I don't want anyone's question to go unanswered.
All right, awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Brandon. Thank you. All right, so we are going to bring on Frank Iglesias. Frank, are you there? Let me unmute you.
I am here.
Okay, and then let me ask to start your video. There you go. Thank you so much for your patience, you guys. So what we're gonna do is we are going to have Mr. Iglesias teach. He's gonna bring us on home, and then we will get into Q&A. So we're probably gonna go over a tiny bit as we get into the questions. So if you guys are cool with that, just hang in there. But this is a good sign. It means we're getting tons of value, right? So if you're still with us, say yeah. I want to make sure you guys are still on the webinar. You still with us? Check in. There you go. Check in with me. Okay, and Mr. Iglesias, we're going to make you the spotlight video now. Can everybody see Mr. Iglesias? Comment yes. Can we see and hear him?
We're rolling.
Okay, cool. I'm going to mute out. Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Deanna. Hope everybody is doing wonderful on this beautiful Saturday we have. I'd like to start by I only got a couple of slides, and then we'll do some chatting here. So I'm just going to start with just a quick introduction, and that is, who in the world am I? Because I know a lot of people, but I don't know everybody. Let's see, can everybody see my screen? Yes, no, maybe. Let me make sure I got this right. Can everybody see it? The chat box disappeared. Where did it go? Here it goes. Yep, everybody sees. Okay, sorry, I am not a Zoom expert, but we're getting there with all this stay-at-home stuff. So who am I? I have been investing for 11 years now and counting. We're not done. I feel like we're almost starting over because this virus event has happened, and it has really allowed us to really rethink some things. Interestingly enough, we were already shifting our business before this. So why is that? Well, as you can see, we've done a few things. We call ourselves transactional deal makers. I've done plenty of wholesaling. I've done plenty of rehabbing. Those of you who know me in recent years have known I've done a decent bit of new construction, still doing some of that. I am a landlord. I've done the short-term rentals. We've done some transactional lending. I'm also a speaker. I do mentoring. I do coaching. So we have covered quite a gamut in the past decade. Oh, and by the way, I love cars. Those of you who know me know I love cars. So I'm also looking for car deals. My son is studying auto mechanics, so we're now looking at flipping cars. So there you go. A couple of pictures there. Obviously, it's myself and my family there in the bottom right, but also a couple of coaches that have helped me tremendously. Those of you that may know Kenny Rushing there in the top left, just out of Tampa, just some call him the godfather of wholesaling. Anyway, the guy's done thousands of transactions. Great guy to know. And then JT Fox there, just an amazing business coach if you want to really learn about not just real estate, but business, really running business, somebody you'll want to check out. I want to start by just giving a gift and just go ahead and put all the contact stuff out there. And I want to start by first giving you a gift, and that is the first link there, 5offersaday.com. That is a mantra that I preach, and I've been preaching it forever. Make 5offersaday.com, you will do business. Make 5 offers a day, you will do more business. It's really very, very simple. I'm giving away a PowerPoint on that website, 56 ways to get deals. And we're actually going to add to it. There's actually more than 56. But we had to stop somewhere to get the initial site done. So if you go to 5offersaday.com, just put your name and email in there, you'll get the list. And there is no reason for anyone to not know where to find deals. There are plenty in there everywhere. Next link is a link to just some resources. This is actually my website for buyers. I've got a blog, I put my deals out there and so forth. But if you go to the resources tab, you'll find a number of things. These are all people and or services that we work with on a regular basis that are actively doing business. There's so, I mean, I'll give you a great example. Lenders, there's now a bunch of lenders that were here. The market crashed. Where are they? A lot of them are gone. Bye-bye. They have left the building. So these are true road warriors and companies that have been here. They've been here for a while and they're going to stay. They're going to stay. We're going to talk more about data. I put completecomps.com. That will link back to PropStream. Fantastic tool. There is absolutely no excuse for any investor today to be putting out deals that don't make sense. The data that used to be exclusive to agents and realtors, now everybody can get. No, it is not free. Guess what? It's not free for the realtors either, but it is a small cost. And for that small cost, you get absolutely excellent data that allows you to make good quality offers. And if you're wholesaling, make good quality deals to present to your buyers. On top of that, you can follow us on all the social media, subscribe to my YouTube. We do a monthly wholesale meetup. I do some coaching. You can see some of our new builds at Skywalk Homes. And if you want to do business with us, we just launched another site, sendfrankdeals.com. If you know someone you want to introduce us to or you want to do business, just go to that link right there. So screenshot it because you're not going to be able to fit that in the chat, I don't think. Phone number, email, the whole 9 yards. And with that, let's get into it. All right. I see a what's up, Frank, in the chat. Oh, it's Wilson. What's up, Wilson? Good to see you. So what I want to talk to you today about is, we're going to talk about creative finance, but we're really also going to talk about the mindset that deals into it. You've already heard from some great speakers today. You heard about Terrence from an agent perspective and branding yourself and who are you. You've heard from Erroll talking about, you know, really creating through some revenue streams through wheeling and dealing. You've heard how Anthony has grown his stuff through wholesaling and into the creative finance. Okay, you just heard from Brandon on how he's been doing some scaling and how he's used different tools and automation and making things virtual, which, by the way, virtual is like the new big thing. It's really nothing new. I've actually been working with VAs for 10 years now, but it's now, we've created an environment where it's almost been forced. So business in general has become more virtual, and that's not just a real estate thing. So yes, this country will open back up. Yes, we can't wait to hit the streets again, but make no mistake about it, the face of business has shifted, and it's going to stay shifted because companies are looking at the world saying, why do I have to spend all this money? Let's be lean and mean, which is going to increase profitability for a lot of people. So what's going on in the world? And we're going to talk about the mindset, what you need to do to take everything you just heard, as well as what I'm going to share, and go take action right now. So right now there's a lot of noise in the world. You may have heard every Thursday morning the unemployment report comes out. We're up to 22 million unemployed. It is absolutely impossible that it will not have an impact on the market. The only question is to what degree. On top of that, you've got the coronavirus. There's a lot of fear about opening back up, but let's face it, our president said on Thursday, It's time to get moving toward that. Some people are chomping at the bit. Some people are scared. What's going to happen? We don't know, but this we do know. It's time to get back to business. That is absolutely certain. Why is that? A lot of Americans were in a position where they could get through April financially. They could get through April. But most Americans don't have more than $1,000 in savings. So guess what? They can't get through May. So these next couple of weeks are going to really pay a major impact on what's going to happen next. We open up now, we might dodge what could be much worse. There's already going to be significant impact. But if this thing gets dragged in well into May, into June, who knows what's going to happen. So, but in spite of all that, the stock market is down only 18% from the peak. We were down 37% 3 weeks ago. Now we're up to 18. So there's some optimism. Okay. We were about to have a mortgage crisis with mortgage servicers without getting into all the nitty gritty about that. It looks like they got their bailout, which will keep this forbearance thing that's been going from creating its own little massacre. Okay. And then of course the question is, how quickly will the economy rebound? Okay. We had a strong economy when this virus hit. Was it strong enough to take the hit and come back quickly? Time will tell. In real estate, how does all this affect us? Well, real estate, as you know, the retail market is kind of slow. In fact, a lot of investors have backed off. They're scared, they're cautious. But let me tell you something, the real cash buyers out there that are buying deals, they're excited. And they're getting more excited because they know more opportunity is coming, and it is coming. Okay. If you see any retail buyers out there, they are buying. They are absolutely buying because most of them don't want to go look at houses, but the people that got to move, they're out there. Short-term rentals. I've done short-term rentals before anyone knew who Airbnb was. Took a big hit when Airbnb gave everybody a refund without asking all the hosts their opinion. Regardless of what side you're in, I agree with what Erroll's saying. Said earlier, we had to pivot, and we pivoted with ours. Okay. But here's the thing, creative financing is what's really going to probably get a lot of attention moving forward. A lot of sellers had equity. That's a huge difference now between 2008. 2008, that crash, which by the way, the 2008 crash wasn't just 2008. It took till 2012 to hit the absolute bottom. It was actually crashing for 4 years, depending on which part of the country you are in, that dictated how that crash went. But it didn't just happen overnight. It took time. Okay, real estate is not the stock market. It doesn't move overnight. It takes time. And in this scenario, now sellers have equity. Okay, a lot of sellers, when this thing clears up, they open up. Let's be real. They're going to be able to sell their property because they had equity. So even if they take a financial hit, if they got to get out, they can get out, break even, go rent, whatever. I don't know that we're going to see a massive influx of REOs. Of course, again, it's all going to be tied to unemployment. And I want you to remember that. What happens, that unemployment number, that is the one to pay attention to. The more people stay unemployed longer, the deeper the impact is going to be. It's that simple. Because on the flip side, the banking fundamentals are very strong. Banks are flush with cash. The Fed is at 0%. And guess what? They're not giving you 0% loans on mortgages. So they are holding cash. They are lending it out, still at a very low price historically. And I'm sorry, low rate. And that's going to fuel us. Okay. Somebody said recently, maybe spring just got pushed back 2 or 3 months this year. It's a plausible idea because everything else seems to have been pushed back 2 or 3 months, with the exception of sports. Maybe that's how it'll go down. Nobody really knows. Okay. So let's dive into how this impacts you with creative financing. First and foremost, Terrence talked about, I'm just going to hit it real quick, branding. Why should anyone do business with you? Okay. Why? Because if you don't know the answer to that question, guess what? Your seller's not going to know the answer to that question either. So before you talk to anybody, make sure you have your unique selling proposition, USP. Why should they do business with you? Okay, you've got to have that down, and you've got to have your pitch. Everyone talks about the 30-second elevator pitch. You got to have that. Why should people do business with you? Okay, very important. From there, you go to your marketing. And, you know, there's all kinds of marketing. Everyone's already talked about, you can do direct mail, you can do this, whatever. I gave you a list of 56 ways to market on the spreadsheet. The point is pick 1 or 2, 3 tops 3, and master them. And be a master of marketing. You're not a real estate investor first, you are a marketer first. If you are a real estate investor without a marketer, you become what 95+% of investors I talk to are. The people that don't do enough deals. And you're like, I gotta get a deal, I gotta get a deal. There's not enough deals, there's not enough inventory. It's all a bunch of nonsense. Be a better marketer, you will have no problem getting deals. We're in a town of 6 million people and growing. Even with the virus, we're growing. There's plenty of opportunity. Go make it happen. And lastly, relationships. Okay, another fundamental thing. Okay, when you talk to sellers, you're building rapport. When you're talking with buyers, you're building rapport. Other investors, they're not competitors. You're doing business with them, for goodness sakes. Lenders, all of them. Relational capital is always king. Again, relational capital is always king. And you just saw it. All these people that were building their infrastructure and lending based on the cheap money that was backed by institutional capital. Where are they? They are gone. Pier Street, gone. Lending Home and Civic, I believe, are the only 2 institutionally backed lenders still out there servicing real estate, guys. Okay, those are the only 2 that I'm aware of. A lot of these other ones, bye-bye, they have left the building. The lenders that you had great relationships backed by a ton of private capital, they are still here. In fact, one of them, and it's on my site, Atlanta Private Lending, they are practically unaffected by all of this. These are people you want to have tremendous relational capital with, okay? Because they saw it coming, they positioned themselves to be independent of outside factors. Very, very important. Another thing, cut the drama. If you get on Facebook, it is a social media complaint fest. It is absolutely insane. My favorite button today is the unfollow button. If I even see a hint, even the slightest hint of negativity, unfollow. Love you, brother. Love you, sister. Can't deal with you right now. It's time to make deals happen right now. And you don't have time for drama. You don't. Nobody does. Unfollow, move on. Hopefully they'll settle down later. Also, get organized with your business. You saw Brandon talking about here a short time ago about some of the tools. Make sure you've got your marketing tools in place. List providers, dialer, SMS, RVM, whatever. Deal analysis tools, CRM tools. If you don't want a CRM tool, use an Excel spreadsheet. Well, it still works. Spreadsheets still work. In fact, we run our company with all the tools we have, we still have a ton of spreadsheets. There's a reason why Excel will never go away. Super powerful. Okay, and don't do this business alone. It takes a village. Okay, again, relational capital. Now, let's dive into creative finance. Rule number 1, no matter what kind of deal you're planning to do, make sure you are putting out 5 offers every single day. Okay, if you're going to focus on creative finance, because that's the theme of this whole call today, it's no different. Your target might be a little bit different though. Okay, if you're targeting cheap properties in low price areas, you don't tend to see a lot of creative finance there. You might, but usually those tend to be just cash deals because they're smaller amounts of capital. You start playing in 100,000 plus area, especially 200 and up, creative finance tends to come up as a more viable option more and more. Why? Sellers of properties that cost more are generally more sophisticated. The higher the price point, the more sophistication generally. Yes, there's exceptions. There is no one size fits all. But with sophisticated sellers, you can talk about more sophisticated things. Creative finance deals are more sophisticated type deals. They take a little bit more thought. There's more at stake. There's more trust that is needed because they are not overnight transactions. These are transactions that have a life cycle That could be 6 months, a year, 2 years, 10 years, 30 years. I once had an investor sell me a deal on a 6% 30-year owner finance note. Yes, if I could do that all day, I absolutely would. Fantastic deal. Just know that they are out there, okay? So 5 offers a day, but your target might be a little bit different. Who are you looking for? Some of your most common people, someone mentioned a little while ago, tired landlords, okay? Those obviously are potential. People that currently own vacation rentals, okay? I'm not talking about the arbitrage crowd, because the arbitrage crowd right now, they have taken a big beating, okay? And I'll just say this about arbitrage. If you do short-term rental arbitrage, it works. It's essentially, it's a fancy name for a sandwich lease option. Sandwich lease options work, but you better have a backup strategy to them. A lot of people didn't, they got killed. A lot of people hurting in that space. Erroll, who you heard earlier, he's not one of them, sharp guy, okay? But a lot of guys are not Erroll Allen, okay? And they took a hit. So you've got to know that you've got to have backup plans if you're gonna deal with short term. But these are possible sellers for you, okay? Especially if you do business in areas where it's more touristy. I have a property in Orlando. I'm actually going there soon. I'm actually going to be looking for a few of these type of opportunities. In fact, we just talked with one recently, probably 3 minutes from the house I own there. They're very interested in selling. It is all short-term rental. It's right by Disney World. I'd love to have more properties, because as soon as Disney goes back up, guess what? Easy to rent, easy, easy, easy. You can't outmarket the mouse, okay? No matter how good you are, you're not outmarketing the mouse. Let's just make sure we're clear on that. That being said, look for other websites where people market their rentals. Maybe you're talking to property managers. Maybe you're looking at a gosection8.com, which is still out there for your Section 8. Just as somebody rents Section 8 doesn't mean they like their property. Some people absolutely hate Section 8. Hate it, hate it, hate it. So there are some sellers out there. Even Craigslist still works, for goodness sakes. Not as much as it used to be, because there's so much junk out there. But if you're just going to go out there and take a brief 5 minutes to see, hey, if there's some, you might find some sellers out there. I still see them come from time to time. Okay, so another lead source that's great for creative finance is your pre-foreclosures. Okay, these are people, they got to get out, bottom line. And what I recommend is, a lot of people hit them at the 90, 120 day point when they first get a notice of default. You can do that, but again, people have equity, and the job, well, up until the virus, the job market is strong. Coming out of this, it may not be as strong for a while. These might be some good times to find those 90, 120 day leads as we get out of this. But if you catch them within 30 days of the auction, now that's when the motivation sets in. Okay, if they're motivated. Keep in mind, a lot of people are still in denial. And if they're still in denial, you can't change people's denial. All you can do is educate, and hopefully they'll listen. But just keep in mind, if they're calling you within that 30-day window prior to foreclosure, a lot of times it's a great time to get a creative finance deal done. We've done several in that time period. It's my favorite time. Another lead source, and I was telling Deanna this, I used to do eviction leads. I didn't care for them that much because, again, people would just evict or get a new tenant. But right now, the sellers that were tight on their rentals, and now they've taken this hit and the tenants aren't paying rent, and then maybe they're not the best tenant or whatever the scenario is, I think, I could be wrong, but I think we're going to see an influx of people that will become tired landlords if they're not already tired right now. Okay, again, how long this country stay closed will play an impact on this. But it's safe to say there are some more tired landlords today because they're not getting rent and they don't have a cushion to pay their mortgage. This is a problem. This is a problem, especially if they are landlords by accident, not by choice. What do I mean by that? These are the homeowners that didn't want to sell you the house. They didn't want to sell to you, the investor. The realtor, the realtor wasn't going to get it done for whatever reason, usually price. And now that, so they decided to become landlords because it made sense. And now it doesn't make sense. And especially if it's that homeowner that lost their job and they have a property that they were renting out, okay? These are going to be very motivated sellers very soon. So look for, so it used to be absentee lists, oversaturated. That list might get really, really interesting for the next 2 to 3 months. So I invite you to check that list back out. We might see a lot more activity there. Now, what about the actual ways to do this? So there's 3 big ways. There's several ways of creative finance, but we're just gonna hit the top 3. Owner financing, lease options, subject to. This is 3 different target type sellers. With owner finance, usually owner finance works great with sellers that, and Anthony shared a great example. They won't take cash, they want more than your cash offer, but they don't need it today. They don't need it today. So what do you sell them on? You sell them on the beauty of cash flow. The same cash flow you want for your business, sell your sellers on the beauty of cash flow. Hey, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, I'll give you that price you want, or maybe closer to what they want because cash didn't work, but I'm gonna have to give it to you over time. Here's the benefit to you. Not only are you gonna get a check, the bigger check will come toward the end, but in the meantime, you're gonna get steady checks. Keep in mind, a lot of sellers outside of a full-time job have never experienced passive income. Never, not once in their life, okay? There's a ton of free and clear homes, for example, in this country. They've never experienced this, okay? So a lot of times you might be explaining to the seller, hey, it's pretty cool to get what we call mailbox money. You get a check every month, okay? And they're making money, okay? It's a beautiful thing when sellers make money every month, okay? And you'll be amazed at how quickly some of them will warm up to this, but you'll have to educate them on that. These are great deals for those people. So if someone wants more than your cash offer, don't give up on it. Try to sell them on the terms. Sell them on the owner finance. It's a win. And especially what I would say is if you can stretch it out, the longer you can stretch the term out, the better. It gives you more options. I tell people try to get a 10-year note out of it. So if you can get 10 years out of it, it's great. But when you get 10 years, by the way, make sure you amortize for 30 if you're gonna do interest. If you don't do interest, which I don't like to do interest, I just assume pay a little bit more, it's simpler. That's a whole nother conversation. But my key is for you is keep the structure as simple as possible. Okay, remember, don't think about it like an investor. Well, there's this and we can do this. Just simple, 4-year-old simple for the seller. The simpler you describe it, the more likely you will get the deal. If you start talking like a real estate investor and start talking in technical, you'll probably lose the deal. Okay, 4-year-old simple when you talk owner finance. Very, very simple, very powerful. Next technique, lease options. Lease options are great. Some of you may be familiar with Bill Cook, Pete Fortunato, these guys, Deitch Botiford, huge fans of option type deals. The lease option deal is actually just one type. I mean, we just sit here all day and talk about just option deals. But the lease option is most common. I never tell a seller it's a lease option. I just call it rent to own. People don't know what lease option means. They don't know or care what lease purchase means. You say rent to own, everybody knows. Everybody understands rent to own. Okay. Hey, Mr. and Ms. Seller, I'd love, how about I rent your property from you? And then I'll take care of everything from there. Okay. You'll be amazed. A lot of people will go along with that. Okay. Term length will be similar to owner finance. So why would they do this? The reason you can lease option a property is that seller doesn't want to deal with it anymore, but they're not willing to give it away to you. Okay. And there's a mortgage in place in most cases. Okay. Usually when you do owner finance, that's a free and clear property. You can do owner finance with a loan that's called a wrap. We're not going to get into that. But with lease option, most of the time there's a mortgage in place. They don't want to deal with the mortgage anymore. They don't want to deal with the property anymore, but they're not quite ready to sell it to you. Okay. And what that means is they still, by renting you the property, they're getting their need covered. By renting you the property and you saying you'll take care of everything, their need is covered, but they still maintain an element of control. And that control is they still own it. So when you execute these lease option type things, you give them comfort, but at the same time, you still get the property. You can still sublease it. Now, of course, when you do these, you have to make sure the numbers work. The cash flow's got to be good, because if you're going to control the property, don't go doing this and then cash flowing $100 a month. Okay, that's not going to work for you, because one problem will wipe out all your profit in a heartbeat. Okay, I recommend at least 300 a month, bare minimum, preferably 4 or 5, but at least 300 a month. The seller in a lot of these cases is not necessarily looking for cash flow. They're looking for, I don't want to deal with it. Okay, they don't want to deal with it, but they're not in desperation mode. They're not in highly motivated, high distress mode. They're not there. They're not there. They're tired of it, but they're not too tired of it. So again, you can talk to these people and you can wheel and deal to get them to say, hey, look, Mr. and Ms. Seller, I know you really don't want to deal with this property anymore, but you've got some hesitation. Why don't I rent it to you? I'll take care of everything. I'll basically be a property manager. It doesn't cost you a dime, and I'll take it from there. And you work out the numbers from there. Okay, people are actually pretty open to that. At the end of the day, it's rarely about the money, it's about the need. What is the need you're resolving? Lease options give you a powerful way to resolve this. I did one where I lease optioned the property for 4 years. That property made about $300 a month. It appreciated about $40,000 over 4 years. That was pretty nice. And when we sold the property, we had made about, I don't know, 10, 12,000 in cash flow after expenses, but the profit at the end was about 40 grand. Okay, we had at the end of the day, the deal after 4 years netted about 50 grand. Imagine doing 10 of those at any given time. Okay, very powerful strategy. So definitely encourage you to learn more about lease options. And then the last one I want to mention is subject to. Subject to, these are for your people that are basically done. Okay, if they are not motivated, the odds of subject to working is slim to none. Okay, why? It's very simple. They're going to deed you a property, but they're going to keep the mortgage in their name. Okay, it's not complicated. People are generally not stupid. If they're going to deed you a property and keep the mortgage, it doesn't take long for them to think, wait a minute, that doesn't work. So how do you get past that? They have to be at a point where the pain of keeping that property is stronger than the thought of deeding you a property and they hold the mortgage. That pain has to be that strong. So if they're just kind of annoyed with a property, they're probably not going to sell it subject to. That's where your owner finance, your lease option comes in. When your motivation level is high, they're about to get foreclosed on. We just bought a house 2 months ago, subject to, fantastic deal. They called us 10 days before the auction. It wasn't very hard to convince them subject to was a good idea, because if they said no, they were going to lose it all and have a 7-year ding on their record financially. It's not a hard sale. But just keep in mind, well, let me give you one more example. When there's health concerns. When there's health concerns, they don't have the energy, the time, the money to be dealing with the house. Subject to can work pretty well right there as well. Okay, it can work really well in those scenarios. And you're really doing them a service. In the case of the people I just mentioned, we kept a 7-year foreclosure off of their record. Okay, I did one where the person's credit was absolutely better. I owned the house subject to for almost a year. It built their credit back up. Okay, I mean, it wasn't 750 when we were done, but were they glad that it was better than where we found them? Yeah, it absolutely helped them out quite a bit. Okay, so I did 2 deals from someone that basically there was a health issue. They just couldn't they used to maintain the property, couldn't do it anymore. And it was literally negatively affecting their health. We came in, we bought them subject to. To this day, I still talk to that seller. They're grateful, they're happy, because we're taking care of the deal. We're making money on the deal. They don't have to worry about it. Okay. And the beautiful thing about subject to is because today's world is so technological, everything's online, it's easier than ever to be transparent. Okay. If they want to know if you're paying the mortgage, it's simple. They still have the mortgage in their name. They just call the bank. The bank's not, you can't take their name off of it. So they can always follow up. And so when you tell people that, it lets the guard know. It lets the guard down. They know that you're being transparent. They know that they can always check in to make sure you're doing what you say they're doing. Most of the time, they're not even going to do it. But the fact that they know they can gives them a level of trust in you that was harder to do, say, 6-7 years ago when a lot of people weren't online. So technology is actually made subject to a more powerful tool to use when dealing with sellers that got to make a property go right now. So the key I would keep in mind with subject to, and really with all these techniques, each of these is a seminar in and of their own because there's a lot of nuance to each of these. Make sure you study these things. Study the nuance, because if you do any one of these and you miss a detail, it can actually come back to bite you. So they're great, they're powerful, but make sure you do them right. And that will help you immensely. Now, and it looks like we're getting close to time here. I want to leave you with a thought. We know we have volatile days ahead. It's going to be volatile. There's no doubt about it. I was on a call earlier this morning with some stock experts, and they are predicting the stock market will take another dip. And the reality is it probably will. An interesting thought was said today, though, was everybody knew a correction was coming, and where it's sitting today, it's down about 18%. The prediction was a true correction would be about 10 to 15%. We're pretty close to that. So it's kind of this back and forth of how much of a hit or can we expect to hit again. Time will tell. But here's what I've learned. It is incredibly important during this time that you be very active. If there's ever been a time to take massive action, it's right now. And stay very humble. The minute you think you have something figured out, this business will humble you. Okay, anyone who's done this business for a while will tell you, the minute you think you have it figured out, it will humble you. And if it hasn't, just hang on, your time is coming. Okay, be very adaptable, be very open to growth, and you're gonna get through it. Do not make decisions from a position of fear. That's why I said earlier, turn off the drama. And what I'm telling everybody now is very simple, and it'll just keep all the noise to a minimum. Expect the unexpected. If you expect the unexpected, then not much is going to rattle you. Okay, let that sink in. Expect the unexpected so that when that crazy thing happens, just like this whole COVID-19 thing happened, it's not going to rattle you. And he who is not rattled is going to get through better than the ones that are running for the hills. And a lot of investors have run for the hills. That's good for you and me. So the fact that you're on this call, I applaud you. If you've been on it for 3 hours, I applaud you. That means you're serious, you're an action taker, you're making things happen. You have my total support. I gave you a list of resources earlier. By all means, take advantage of it. I can be of value to you. I do coaching, I do mentoring, or just follow me online to see what we're doing, or let's just do business, whatever the case may be. It takes a village, don't do it alone. It's a great day to be in real estate, great opportunities ahead. And I love the analogy a friend of mine said recently, and I'll conclude with this, Dion. He said, back in 2008, there was a ton of opportunities. I saw it all happen. I wish I had bought a ton more property then and kept every bit of it, not sold any of it. That's okay. It's a reboot for me. We're gonna see a ton of more opportunity. It's already started. I already just picked up a deal the other day, massively off asking price. Those opportunities are coming. And the analogy he said is the ship is coming to dock. And when it docks, it's not going to be like a one-day thing like on a cruise. It's going to be docked for a while. And we're going to see a lot of opportunities for quite some time because a lot of damage has been done. So be ready to take advantage of it. Use the tools. If there was ever a time to take massive action, this is it, because the ship's about to dock. And that's going to be a great thing for you, a great thing for me, your families, your friends. You get to make that impact you've been looking to make. So With that, Deanna, what do I press?
All right. Thank you so much. That was fantastic. Fantastic. At this time, we are going to get into some Q&A. So all panelists who are available, you can turn your camera on. I'm about to open the Q&A box. Please, instead of putting your question in the chat, put it in the Q&A box. So that's where we're going to read from, because other people are commenting and, you know, talking to the panelists. So we don't want to miss you. Okay. Let's see. I'm going to send a request to everyone because I know Zoom acts a little weird when you try to turn your camera on. So let's see. And I'm just going down the line. If you're free, I am asking to start your video. So just pop back on, okay? Because I know like the Q&A box is like turned up, like there's a bunch of questions. So I want to make sure you guys get all their information. Let's see if I can make it so everybody is visible. Everybody got their cameras on. Everybody is unmuted. Good to go. Everybody say something.
Something.
Yo.
Yeah, we're gonna do that. Okay.
Hey.
All right, let's get into it. Okay, guys, this is the time. All right, so we're gonna get started. Let's see. I think the question was for Brandon. Brandon, how are you calculating ARV for deals virtually?
So it's kind of the whole point of kind of what I was trying to suggest, and I look for what offers I need to make, what my offer price is. I focus on where I need to be making an offer. Now, I do still run the numbers a few different ways, just as a gut check to myself. So when I'm looking at subject property, it's 1,500 square feet, it's brick, and it's in need of a full rehab. I'm going to look for another home that was fully renovated, very similar. And I'm just going to look in the price history and see what it sold at before that. Now, of course, there's some variations there because the other rehab could have been in better shape or worse shape. But if you're in areas where it's a bunch of rehabs going on, most likely they're all being, fully rehabbed, and I'll make my offer price based upon what it last sold for. And it's kind of, it's something that kind of I've worked with over the years. Let's Go offer is another option, but yeah, ultimately if the question is how do I find ARV, I'm going to look for a similar sold comp, and if my home needs to be completely flipped, I'm going to look for other completely renovated properties in the area, similar condition, style, age, square footage in the immediate area. Don't cross major roads, don't cross double yellows, don't cross highways. If it's subject property is definitely in a rental area, I'm going to look for other rentals in that area. And if subject property can be sold as is, I'm going to look for other as is homes in that area, similar square footage, similar style, condition. Hope that was helpful.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you. And Brandon, so I dropped the link for Let's Go offer again. Can you confirm that that is correct? And his code is I as in Igloo, N as in Nancy, U as in Utah.
Correct.
Okay.
And there's on that website, there's a explanation, a walkthrough of how they're calculating their offers, and how that process looks. But same situation, is going to pull comps, and it's just going to give you what number you should offer, and assuming that you're going to make a 20K profit on it. It's very cool software. A lot of my students use it, and it's giving them another kind of gut check versus what they are running the numbers as themselves.
Okay, someone just chimed in. Can you use Let's Go offer on your cell phone, or do you need to be on a computer?
Should be both, but I've always looked at it on my computer.
Okay.
I don't know. Do you have an Android? Bad joke,
Probably.
sorry.
No. But okay guys, but yeah, just try it out. That's a game changer to be able to use that website. I thought that was amazing. I think I first heard about it. Brandon was teaching somewhere, so I went and looked at it, and it's amazing. So that's something you can implement on the phone. So thank you, Brandon. And reach out to him, like if you have questions about using it, but get on there and navigate it yourself, okay? We're gonna keep rolling. Guys, I actually set this meeting to go till midnight. So we'll see as people start, as our panelists fall asleep, they'll pop off, but I'm gonna go down to and answer all these questions, okay? So cool. All right. Erroll, you're up.
Yes.
So I'm just gonna call on people, okay? Like school. So Erroll, when do you get the keys for the property to make sure the house is in the condition the seller stated when you did the contract?
When do I get the keys for the property?
Mm-hmm.
For doing my arbitrages?
Yeah, I guess for any of your properties, like when do you actually get I guess they're asking, yeah, when that person said they do have an Android. Yeah, they're asking, and I'm just reading their question. They're asking when exactly do people that are going, once you get this property under contract, when do you get the keys? For you, is it at the same time? Are you setting up an appointment? Are they mailing them to you? What are you doing?
Normally, I put it on a lockbox and we make a replica keys. So that's done actually right at the contract stages. So, or lease stages, because it's different. I'm doing leases for that.
Okay. Very good. Anybody else want to chime in on when they get the keys? Anybody else? Miss on keys?
You get the keys for.
For your properties that you get under contract.
Can you hear me, Deanna?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Typically, once we go under contract, this is just for just a regular wholesale type deal. If it's a vacant house, then we'll make arrangements to either meet with the seller or have the seller put the key at somewhere inconspicuous at the property, so we can put it on the lockbox, for showings and whatnot.
Yeah, that lockbox is everything. Do whatever you can to impress that's your that's your process. That you're gonna need to show it. If whatever you can do to get a lockbox, don't be afraid. I used to be afraid way back when to ask for a lockbox, but it just helps with the process disposition so much.
Fantastic. Any other comments on keys? We're gonna roll into the next questions. So someone has asked lead source recommendations. I think we've kind of covered this. If you want to comment on how you're getting your leads, and then also they said conversion rate offers to deals under contracts to closings. Sounds like that's going to be a complicated answer. Do you guys want to comment on conversion rates?
So I'll say for acquisition methods, one thing that I've been using is PropStream. PropStream has some pretty good reliable data. I've been using them since December. So that's how I've been getting a lot of my data recently is PropStream. And what was the other parts of the questions?
Just, I guess, your conversion rate. If you're using PropStream, are you seeing a return on that investment? Like, are you actually seeing deals from that?
Yes, I'm seeing deals done, but I don't have my wholesale component as thoroughly scaled out as probably like Brandon does. So I couldn't tell you exactly what my conversion rate is, but yes, we do close deals off PropStream. Okay,
cool. Brandon? And then we'll go to Mr. Epps, and then Frank, if you have time in too.
One thing I would comment on that is the thing that I think a lot of people don't realize is PropStream is actually pulling MLS data. It's not just Zillow data. It's actually pulling straight from MLSs. It pulls from 700 MLSs across the country. We're actually doing deals now in Florida. We're actually just put one under contract yesterday in Savannah, another one pending. I'm not driving 4 hours to Savannah. I'm not driving 8 hours to Florida. The data there is verified. And here's the thing that's powerful about using PropStream is when you use it, not only are you getting MLS data, in fact, they just came out with an update that streamlines the MLS data and the public record data in one view, which, by the way, I have 3 realtors on my team. Trying to get public record data cross-checked against MLS listings, and in the MLS is a royal pain in the butt. In PropStream, it's you click one button. It is like gold, it is magic, and it is beautiful. And it's like, why did it take 10 years to get there? I don't know, but I'm glad it's here because it's making data analysis so easy. And here's the other piece of PropStream that's amazing. When you have the data in front of you, now you can pick up the phone and call a realtor in that local market, and you're not saying what most new investors say, hey, can I get comps? It's, hey, I've already done the data analysis. Can you tell me about this particular street around this property? Can you tell me about this particular area? Is this side of is this side of Main Street a little better than this side? Because these comps over here look a little bit higher. And now all of a sudden, your first conversation with that realtor is highly educated because you're looking at data that's the same data they're looking at. And now that realtor's giving you better information, and they're not thinking of you as, oh, well, they're just a newbie, which is generally what they're thinking when you call them up and say, hey, can I have comps? Okay. So extremely powerful tool to have in your arsenal, worth absolutely every penny. So.
Very good, very good.
Can I put in a shameless plug?
Yeah, go ahead, Brandon.
inudata.com is a prop stream. If you go to that, it'll pull up a prop stream link. Erroll, Anthony, Frank, if you guys, I can connect you with my affiliate guy, because you guys were just the commercial for prop stream. I get paid on that.
That's all later, Brandon.
I think we're all a commercial, but it works. It's fantastic.
Yes.
And one thing I would say is I actually use it now, probably 80% of the time. And I don't even log into MLS that much. It's that good that I don't even use the MLS that much. I don't have to. It's faster, simpler. I mean, if you're a serious investor, obviously, yeah, you don't have it.
So prior to me getting with PropStream, I used to use ListSource for everything. But then I would go down to the county. And then when Deanna came into my life, I stopped going down to the county. I used to send a guy, but definitely pull the list that you can get from the services, right? PropStream, I think is a really great tool, but in this business, it's about timing as well. So if I'm speaking to somebody within weeks of them filing an eviction or filing a probate, potentially even divorce, that timing, if I get to them at that right time, because I have a team of cold callers, so we're calling through everybody, right? But I also like the good timing leads. And so Law Clerk on Demand, I think we're getting like 8 to 10 lists from you a month, aren't we? Yeah. So, there you have it. If you're starting out, a list that you can build yourself, either at the courthouse, or you can find one from Law Clerk on Demand or Driving for Dollars. I think I would sharpshoot those until I had the funds and the capital, which is kind of how my transition was, to buy the big bulky data list to feed my prospectors.
For sure. Thank you. And Brandon, can you speak to, because I know that you are really familiar with working the probates, working the evictions. So we're talking about, conversion. So how is that working out for you? Working more so the court record versus that? Because I think there's value in both, right? So what are you seeing the difference with you utilizing both for your lead sources?
Yeah. The conversion rate is higher because, of course, they're smaller lists. And like I can call PropStream lists all week, like for a whole week straight, 5 days of 60 hours dialed, and I can potentially get a similar amount of leads with just probate and evictions, and divorce. I think divorce is like 25% of the leads that we convert, but they're higher converting I don't know the percentage. I would have to ask Nicole. She's my virtual assistant. She runs everything, but like the last week, we when we got the last list from you, we generated like 12 leads, and then from calling, and then we text and generated another 7, and that was from like 500 records. I mean, I could call a few thousand from a list source or a prop stream and have similar conversion rates. It's a higher converting, I think, because you're getting the timing very correct in those scenarios.
Very nice. Did everyone get to chime in about lead generation? Because I think this is one of the most important topics, right, guys? Because if you are on here and you're learning all the strategies, but you're not talking to people, right, or you're not calling anyone, you're not sending any mail, we're just talking, right? And so that's not what we want. I'm a big proponent. You guys know, if you come to Creative Deals in person, I can do the hot seat, and I'm going to ask you, what kind of marketing are you doing? What's working for you? I love to hear a comparison, okay, because there's different types of data, right? So law clerk on demand's data is court record, court cases, totally different situation versus looking at, prop stream. Now we're looking at, is the person living in the house? Is it absentee? Is it vacant? What's going on? So it's 2 different categories. And I think there's value in both. So you have to just figure out what's going to work for you. But at the end of the day, all the lists work. You have to work it, and you have to be consistent. We see time and time again, we've had people that have come to Creative Deals where I have literally seen them join South Atlanta RIA, like, Deanna, I don't know where to start. Then they get a list, and then I fuss at them once a month, just like this, and I say, what are you doing? Are you texting? Are you calling? Maybe we can go into that too, but are you texting? Are you calling? Are you sending mail? And then we need to do this consistently to be able to find a deal, because yes, I see testimonials across the board from both lead sources, but there's no magic pill. Like, you actually have to pay the sweat equity. You really have to get in this thing. And I talk to all of these guys on a regular basis, just like, how's it going? What's up? What's working? What's not? And that's what you really want. So I'm going to jump into some more questions, because I know y'all want to hear from the experts. So back to cold calling. So someone asked, and any of you guys can answer this. Brandon, we have you spotlight right now, so you can start it off. Are you outsourcing your cold caller? If so, is there a company that you recommend?
Yeah. I've had a cold caller with me since 2017. She's just been super great over the years. But I did recently, I've at the most always had about 3 cold callers dialing 30 hours a week each. And so I actually let one left, I let one go, and then I replaced them with a third party. But it's a private guy, that it's not a company. I got connected to him through a friend. But what I've suggested to my students, because there's a bunch of different ones out there, what I've suggested to my students is actually call motivated sellers now. And the only reason I have a preference for that is because when I started, Brent Daniels used to teach, hire your own people, pay them $20, make sure that you train them, you know what they're doing. And that's how Sharon has been for me in my business. With call motivated sellers now, you can actually interview the cold caller. They provide them, you can interview them, and then they stay with you. I did try for a period, like Lead Mining Pros, but you just like send them the list and they send you leads. And I didn't like that. We couldn't view the data. We couldn't, we could ask for sample calls, but I did not know who I was working with. So if I were to go with a third party option, I would probably look at call motivated sellers now. But when I started, I was hiring people myself. I would maybe find them on Indeed and hire them through Upwork. I just preferred it that way, $15 to $20 an hour. You can train them. You have to, of course, know how to do it yourself, but that was my preferred method. So.
Cool. Mr. Epps, what do you think? What do you think about hiring, outsourcing your cold caller? But I like what you said, Brandon, about knowing how to do it yourself, because you can lose a lot of money if you just signing up for anything you see on Facebook that says 500 a month, right? So,
Sure.
Mr. Epps, what do you think?
Yeah, I'm probably impartial to it just because I had my VA virtual assistant, my lead VA, he's been with me for like 5 years now, 5+ years. And so he actually is like a recruiting agent for me. So I haven't physically had to go out and search for candidates to hire because he just knows people out there in the Philippines. He's in the Philippines. And so the other two that are with us now, he actually recommended them to me, just based on his knowledge of them and knowing their work history and whatnot. So I hired them on. And so now we have three callers for our business. But like Brandon was saying, there's different sites out there. I know one of them I used to recommend to people, and I can't remember the URL, the website. I can look for it and then I can email it to you once I can find it. But then but then there's ways you can find people on LinkedIn because there are a lot of VAs that actually post their, qualifications and jobs on requests on LinkedIn. So you can reach out to people like that and then, have them put you can give them like a test script, talk to them over the phone, just see how they respond to questions. Because, they're going to be talking to people here in the US. So you want them to have a good good command of the English language to where when they're going to be interacting and interfacing with your potential sellers, you don't want that to be any lag time. But yeah, there's definitely, so I recommend that way too. But there's also third-party companies, Revis.com, I think that's it. That's one of them. Riva Global, I think, is another one, so there are a few of them out there. And that's Riva is REVA. So it stands for Real Estate Virtual Assistant. Yeah, Riva Global. Yep, .com. Yeah.
Yeah, that's Amy. Isn't that Amy's
I think
company?
so, yeah.
Yeah, you read my mind. I was gonna ask about that. So yeah, I know that she does the training and everything for
Yeah,
you.
she
So
does.
she already,
Yeah. I haven't. And if I had to, if I was just kind of like starting fresh and I needed somebody, I would probably reach out to Amy just to say, hey, this is what, who do you have, or just kind of and talk to her and see what she would recommend.
we may have to get Amy at Creative Deals to break it down for us. I saw her at a wholesaling event in December, and she does a really good job of explaining that. So that's good. Any other comments on cold calling before we get to the next question? Y'all, we in overtime, but we're cooking. So if you can't take anymore, just jump off. What'd you say?
Can I
would share on cold calling. With cold calling, one thing I would share is try to get people that are personable. And if they have some sales experience, that's even better. Okay, because at the end of the day, that cold caller is the first touch to that seller for you. They represent you. So if their personality is not reflective of you and your style, okay, people are going to pick up on that. So you definitely try to get people that have some sales experience. There's a lot of VAs that have worked in a support role, and when you're in a support role, that it's not direct sales, but you are still selling the idea that you can help people. And you'll be amazed, a lot of people are not effective at that. So you definitely want some people that can communicate in a manner that connects with people. Because anybody can read that initial cold call script, we all have them. But how you communicate those simple words especially with somebody that I don't even know. I mean, it can make all the world of difference. I've had some BAs for a few years as well. I actually do train them in some sales things. And one example would be when you cold call someone, don't sound like you're monotone. You have to be excited. You have to have energy. They've got to have a reason. Again, why would they do business with you? Okay, if the initial impression of your business is someone who talks monotone or isn't excited about what they're doing, that's a problem. And when I've interviewed a lot of cold callers, and a lot of them I don't hire because there's no excitement to them. In their mind, the job is read a script. In my mind, if you're cold calling for me, you're connecting with people. And that's a big difference. So that's something I would throw out there.
Great.
Anybody else have something on cold calling? Errol, Brandon? Okay. So we're going to go to the next question. Let's see. The proper way to send an offer, like format, do you just email or send a contract?
Send a contract. I have a little verbiage in the email, but it's like, you know, in relation to what we talked about over the phone or what my people talked about over the phone.
Okay. And are you using like DocuSign, or do you have something set up, a system where it automates your contracts? What's your preference?
So sign now.
Okay.
Similar.
Okay. Any other comments on contracts and speeding that up, that process?
Yeah, just get them there. Just, you know, I know people that say, hey, send snail mail. I think Todd Toback recently said that, like, don't send DocuSign. And I'm like, I don't agree with it. But at the end of the day, if you're sending offers, that's the most important part. We're using PandaDoc now. You either delegate it or automate it. A virtual assistant you can task them, they can send it, or you can do like a web form that merges the document and it emails. There's a few ways around it. You just got to get it done. I would suggest you delegate before you automate. Too many automations can hurt you.
That's good. That's good. And Brandon, what you're saying, everybody gets a
Offer.
You didn't have any excitement there. It's supposed to be like big. All right. So y'all are dying on me. Oh, we got 75 more questions. Wake up. No, I'm
No,
just
you're
kidding.
good. Can I answer? There was a question on here I wanted to answer real quick, Richard.
Sure.
Because I mean, I don't know, you know, if everybody agrees with kind of how I send offers, but Richard Gills was, does any of your panelists wholesale outside of the state? If so, how do you determine the repair costs to settle on your mail? I honestly don't concern myself with repair costs. Like if I have to dig into it and double check myself, triple check, gut check, like I may start to estimate stuff. But when I'm playing this volume play and I'm sending offers to everybody and I'm doing it virtually, I'm not really concerning myself with repair costs, honestly. I have 4 deals under contract in Charlotte right now. I've done deals in Illinois and Iowa as well. And it's always the same thing. I look at the area I look at subject property on Zillow. I put in the square footage. I draw a map. I draw on the map. I stay within the main, stay within kind of the neighborhood. Don't go over major roads. And I just pull up what the sold comps are. And I find a like to like. It's already going to be similar square footage. If I'm looking at a brick ranch, I'm going to try to find another brick ranch and see what it sold for last, or what it just recently sold for, and compare my property to that. If my property, if it's a full rehab, I'm going to look for a full rehab. If it's something that's turned into a rental, I'm going to look for rental, and I'm going to find out what it sold for. And I'm just going to base my mail off of that other sale price. I'm going to knock 20K off, and I'm going to send my offer. And I know it sounds crazy, or it sounds kind of, you know, I'm just, you know, guessing, but honestly, if you're sending offers just based off of as is comps, like that's the whole premise behind Let's Go Offer. Me and Tag did not talk about that, even though he's a friend of mine. He talked about how comparable home prices are superior to ARV, because ARV at the end of the day is a guess. And then you're guessing repair costs. You get 3 different contractors and 3 different appraisals. You're going to get 6 different suggestions, right? On what price is. But if you can find a comparable home that's sold and you know, set yours as a similar property, you just subtract your margin, what you want to make, and you make that offer. So the deals that we have in Charlotte, like I said, I've done multiple deals using this method. Let's Go Offer is another method, just as a backup for you. But I'm not really estimating repairs unless somebody tells me something drastic, like, you know, hey, it completely needs. Even that, I'm not really estimating repairs. Maybe if it's a rental or something, and say, hey, it just needs 5-10K, or if it recently updated roof, recently updated mechanicals, I'm going to say, hey, well, I can guesstimate that it's going to take 5 to 10K to get a rental ready. And so I'll estimate repairs a little bit, but honestly, I'm just looking for sold comps and basing my May off of that.
Very good. Very good. Thank you. Okay, guys. So really quick, just a few, we're going to speed through these last few questions so we can wrap up hopefully by 4. We went into overtime. Most of the attendees are still here chilling, but I know that our panelists are very busy people. So, and if they're not busy today, they deserve a break. So we're not going to be here till midnight. Okay. So we're going to speed up a little bit, but a quick housekeeping. People are asking, is this recorded? Yes. So what I do is I upload this to Law Clerk on Demand's YouTube. I think Stacy's going to put it on South Atlanta RIA's YouTube as well, but it'll definitely be on mine. I just clean it up and edit it a little bit and put everybody's information. So all of these links and things like that, they'll be in the YouTube description. I'll reach out to them for y'all to make sure you have everything so you can watch this meeting as well as last meeting. And y'all let me know, because I might just keep this virtual. I think it's so much better. So, and then we'll just keep putting it on YouTube, okay? So there's that. Somebody asked me about getting in touch. I saw this in the chat. Mr. Epps, getting in touch with you with subject to questions. Sounds like they have a deal they need help with. Mr. Epps, quick, how do they reach you?
You can definitely go to Instagram and just DM me, and then I can, we can get you contact information from there, because that'll be the quickest way for me to respond to you.
Cool.
Mr.
So
ATO Wholesaler.
Yes, and I'm sure any of these guys can assist you, but that was directly from Mr. Epps. So we have posted their Instagrams multiple times, but if you have trouble finding someone, y'all can reach out to me, via DM. I'm Law Clerk on Demand, as it says in my name on Zoom. So DM me if you can't find someone, but I think we've made it really clear how to find everybody. If you join South Atlanta RIA, that's an automated process. You should receive an email with your login information. If you do not receive a response, then just reach out to me and I'll reach out to Stacy, or just, message Stacy and be like, yo, Stacy, I just joined, and she'll laugh and get you together. Okay. Stacy Rossetti, that's the founder, or Deanna on Facebook, if for some reason you're not getting your credentials to log in, but that's automated. Okay. What else? Okay, real quick, y'all. We're gonna speed up just a little bit. Our panelists are dying. Thank you guys so much. Half of your Sunday. I don't have bottled water for y'all. That's the only step back. So I'm just gonna say, bring your own water and snacks if you're gonna do this webinar going forward. What else? Mr. Iglesias, are you sending direct mail now? If so, how many pieces are you mailed? Okay, this is like 3 questions. Are you sending direct mail? How many pieces? And how many calls have you been getting weekly? They put you in the hot seat.
Direct mail, let's see, you might have to help me remember all of them. Direct mail, so at the moment, we only send direct mail if it's going to be a very niche list. In other words, we will try other techniques such as cold call, text, before we direct mail them. So generally, we try to get them on the phone first, and even if they say no, then direct mail for follow-up is a time we would use it. But we're not like, all right, let's go send 10,000 pieces. We're not doing that. We don't. It's so easy to get lists that now we're trying to focus more on some niche type things and stacking them and that sort of thing, so that we're making the most of our cold calling, because it's cheap marketing. I mean, let's face it, you can cold call and touch list several times before you get to just the cost of one direct mail campaign. And so it's just a lower cost. Now, that being said, direct mail absolutely works. And so we don't want to discount it, but we're just going to use it in very specific scenarios. Another time we might use direct mail is if we're driving and we come across an old-fashioned driving for dollars type thing, whether intentional or accidental, and we see a property, we'll skip trace it, can't get them on the phone, send them a direct mail piece. So that's what we're doing. We're using it, trying to be very specific. Another place that it's been helpful is when you're dealing, we were talking earlier about leads that are 30 days from foreclosure. In that scenario, we've learned that handwritten pieces actually do work. So rather than sending thousands out, hey, maybe 30 people in one county are, their house is going to the auction. At that point, we've learned that is actually a pretty decent time to do a handwritten piece, not a copy, but actually write it down. Now, obviously, I'm not the one writing it, but you get someone else to write it for you. But having that personal touch when their house is about to go into foreclosure, some people have been responsive to that.
Okay. Any other comments on direct mail? Anybody else sending direct mail?
We just sent our second batch, because I discontinued it for about 3 months, but we just sent out the last 2 weeks, like 6,000 pieces per campaign, and we kind of changed our postcard to reflect, the whole COVID-19 and that we buy virtually, that whole message. So I can't really say what the type of numbers we are getting on it yet, because it's just still a fresh campaign, but we're hoping to, roughly out of 12,000 pieces, because the total list I think we're mailing is like 25,000 pieces. So if I can get 2 to 3 deals off of that, I think that'll be a successful campaign. Even one deal will be a success.
Yeah, I'm sending letters to probate leads, like personalized letters, and we get a decent response, but I'm not doing any bulk postcards or anything like that right now.
Any other comments on mail? So it seems like the general consensus is we're sending mail, direct mail isn't dead, but we want to send it to niche lists, smaller, targeted list campaigns, marketing campaigns, right? Mm-hmm. So, I would rather send 40 letters to some probates than thousands and thousands of letters to either bad information or super saturated lists. You guys know I talk about that all the time. So you have to keep in mind, if everybody has access to the list or to the data or to whatever, then your saturation is going to go up. Then if you compile that with your marketing budget, your postage, your letters, all of that stuff, that's a pretty frustrating campaign. So I think I'm a fan of telling folks, get on the phone, and that leads us into our next question. Someone asked about text messaging. I can start us off. So I use CallFire in my business every day. You guys know you registered for this webinar through CallFire. I use keywords to send links, to keep in touch with people, to segment who text what. So I absolutely love CallFire. I'm not an affiliate or anything. I just really use it. And what you're seeing is in business, every celebrity has a phone number to text. Like I am watching this so hard right now. Like every single celebrity, Candy, Gary V, Max Maxwell, Oh my gosh, like everybody, I'm just watching it, and I would encourage you to actually put a number in your profile, like in the next 24 hours. So get something like like Callfire or Smarter Contact. I haven't tested out Smarter Contact yet. I'm gonna give myself that homework because I see a lot of people pushing that platform. But get yourself something like that so that people can request offers by text messaging. Through, so we can speed things up because everybody has their phone in their hand, especially right now. Okay. So Callfire is really good. What else did I want to say? Also, if you are sending mail, we do have a company that we've partnered with to send mail, which is under marketing tools on lawclerkondemand.com. And they actually have mail pieces that incorporate text messaging. So they'll get a postcard from you and it'll say, text this phone number to get an offer on your property. So you can do that through the company on my website, through our direct mail company, or you can just literally, if you're going to run some postcards this week, do that. Set up a phone number, set up a code that people can text and get this fast reply. And so I've seen that in my business right now. Using the phones is way more effective than anything because you're all holding your phone right now. Okay. Any other comments on text messaging?
So Wilson actually already dropped it, but text magic is my favorite thing. I love giving that out to my acquisition manager. We've gotten a significant increase in response rate, obviously due to the previous month, but text magic is what I use. It's only like 4 cents a text and we do mass blasts and yeah.
Any other, I do want to say, now here's the thing with, and you guys can chime in on this, I'm going to be real. Now, if you're doing text messaging, you do have to be careful because some of the messaging is being blocked. They're kind of hip that people are using this for marketing purposes or that real estate purposes or whatever. So you will have to play with your wording and also get familiar with the regulation in your state. I know we have people from all over. I always hit y'all with this legal disclaimer. Make sure that your text messaging is compliant. When we start using words like mass text messaging or whatever, you have to be real careful, right? So things like getting a phone number for your text messaging, texting individually each person on your list or appearing that way, right? These are things that are going to make a difference because you don't want, one, the system to block you, or two, for you to be fined for texting your seller. So also, I'm a proponent of make sure you actually ask or read the frequently asked questions before you sign up for these services to see what they're doing to make sure that your campaign is legally compliant. Y'all with me? Also, Wilson commented, reply stop to opt out. So I know for Callfire, you can like put that at the end of your text, or it just automatically does it. So the person, if people don't want to receive text messages, they reply stop. That goes to our inbox so we can see that they don't want to get a text anymore and we just pull them out. So I wouldn't sit there and rock back and forth and like freak out about this too much. I really would say take action, but read the website and make sure so that you are compliant, but this is effective. Okay. Any other comments on text message marketing, y'all?
I was gonna say, batch leads, they send an email out of instant alerts of like flagged keywords. I don't know if these other services are doing that, but they filter your text out, and then they also, like, I just got an email yesterday of like, don't put COVID-19 because the providers are blocking those. They'll send you updates on a regular basis. So I like batchleads.io.
Yeah. A couple of things I would add is there's a website and I've got a great contact there. It's called Blacklist Alliance. And you actually pay for that service and they will actually scrub your list. And what they're scrubbing for is the known litigators. They scrub out all the people that are looking to send you a letter threatening you with a fine. And they also have attorneys on staff that should someone get a hold of you, you simply direct it to them and they will take care of it, kind of thing. So it's a very inexpensive service, but it's very much worth it to scrub your lists before you get into text and not only just texting, but RVM. Another thing to consider is like we use FreedomSoft for a CRM, and the way they handle it is it's actually built into the system. And they actually also employ one of the main reasons for this is they don't want robocalling. And so the TCPA attorneys frown greatly on this. And the whole concept is that they're looking for people that are unsolicited sales. We're not selling anything. We're asking people if they want to sell to us. But because of that, it operates in a gray area. And so one of the things they do in FreedomSoft is they actually require that each thing is a manual intervention. So if I want to text 1,000 people, I'm going to click send 1,000 times. Obviously, that's a VA task, not us. But there is a piece in there, and I'm not an attorney, but just know there is a piece that they're very much looking for things that are automation, and they're frowning upon that. So again, like Deanna said, don't like freak out over it, but at the same time, be very, very cautious. You want to do everything you can. In the case of FreedomSoft, they just removed the automation completely and said, sure, you want to mass blast people, you're going to click it. You know, some might view that as extreme, but at the same time, no one's ever going to say that it's uncompliant because it's 100% compliant. So just know that there's different ways to go about it, but be cautious because the litigation thing is a real thing.
That's the same way kind of batch works. I think you have to click everything, and they scrub versus litigators as well.
Very good, very good. Okay, we got a couple more questions, y'all, and we're gonna wrap this up. No more questions in the Q&A box. All right, so we've already covered best ways to find subject twos. We want to find people who are motivated. Okay, a subject two can really come from many lists. As I think Mr. Epps said this well, it's just we're listening for the situation, right? We're just listening. These are things in your tool belt. And so if you are not familiar with these creative strategies, to be honest with you, you need to be at every single one of these meetings. Anytime someone is teaching it, if you can go to it, just be there, just listen, and you will begin to retain this information. And then when you're having the conversation with the seller, you can navigate it smoothly, okay? And watch this replay, you know what I'm saying? But the reality is you just gotta be talking to people and finding out what their needs are, okay? So we'll move forward on that one. Someone said finding buyers. Anybody wanna address that really quickly?
Be aggressive. This period that we're in right now is so important that you're really strong with your dispositions. You have to be super, super aggressive. The buyers that I think are buying the most are buying to rent. So whether that's social media, whether that's events like this, calling your buyers list, you have to be really, really aggressive right now because they're the hard money rehabbers are not having the same lending opportunities or funding opportunities as they used to. So just be super, super aggressive. Social media is a great place to start. There's a bunch of Atlanta real estate investing groups. Just start dropping notes in there.
Right. If I could just comment on that too, like you guys, I think this is another reason to also be active in your real estate investor association, going to meetup groups. There are people looking to buy these deals that you have. If you're using wholesaling as a strategy, or let's say you get a subject to and you're like, I don't know, I don't want to keep this, you know, maybe I want to wholesale this. You could definitely do that, but you have to really be out here. You can also leverage the RIA, like actually having someone, so I know Stacy will send out your deals to her email list. And then we also have a Facebook group where you can post your groups. And all of these folks are connected at the RIA meetings as well. And then also partnerships, like reach out to the individual, you know, reach out to these guys so that you can call them. I know that they will help you get your deals closed as well. Okay. Any other comments on buyers? I think we only have 2 questions left, and then you're free as promised.
I see one.
Somebody said, are you concerned about I guess they're saying, I was trying to like paraphrase the questions. Maybe I should just read it. Okay. Does that easy comp ARV strategy work when housing prices may go down due to the economy?
Yeah, I take an additional 10% for right now. It's fluid. Frank mentioned, prices are potentially down 18%. At this point, I mean, you just get it as low as possible. But yes, where I would used to either knock off 20K as a margin, knock off 30, or just in general. I think Let's Go Offer actually has a button called the Corona effect that takes off 10% of its adjusted offer price. And it's a fluid situation. There's no great answer. You have to continue to, use the market and allow things to adjust and settle out. But yes, we are a little bit more aggressive at getting things at a deeper discount. If I thought I could make 20K on it, or if I'm going to make an offer with 20K, I'm gonna maybe go down an additional 10, based on that, and price the deal when you send it out to your buyers. Price it to sell. If I think that I can make 80 on a house I got for 63, I'm gonna probably send it out at 69.9, just because I want to get people active and then try to push it up. Even if I think it should sell at 80 and I got it at 63, I would send it out at 69.9, like right at 70, because in this market we don't know. So I'm squeezing my deals, sending them out super cheap relatively, and then trying to let the market tell me what it's worth.
Good, that's good. Anybody else have comments on how have you adjusted how you're making your offers right now? Anybody else? I will say, sorry, go ahead.
I mean, we're still pretty much the same with that aspect. I mean, what Brandon was saying, like you said, you just don't know, because some areas are still going to have that activity, like Cobb County, Gwinnett County, Forsyth, if it's in those prime counties, you can still, if it's in that 150 and below price point, people are probably still going to jump on it because they know those areas, because that's where the best schools are. So you can still kind of test it, but like your softer areas, but that's just kind of knowing where your buyer pool is. When you send out a property in Conyers, does it get as much activity as the house that sends it when you send out on in Lawrenceville? So obviously, those are different markets, and so your numbers you just have to kind of look at your numbers from that standpoint.
Great point. There's areas that won't lose value for sure. Like others.
Oh, sorry. Any other comments on how you're adjusting right now? And I think we got one more question, and you're free, guys. And just to recap before we get into this last question, this entire webinar will be on my YouTube. I'm probably going to work on it now, but don't hold me to it, okay? But I'm just going to edit this, and I will put it on Law Clerk on Demand's YouTube. I posted on my Instagram, so you all should be following me on Instagram, and if you're not, I should have several followers rolling in right now. And then you'll know when there's another meeting. You'll know when the fresh lists are available. Yes, we are still pulling lists. Use the code I put in the chat for the lists that are available right now. Also, if you need to get in touch with any of these guys, you can DM me as well if for some reason you missed their information. But this entire webinar will be on Law Clerk on Demand's YouTube, so you can watch the replay. The last question was just, I think this person says they live in Alabama, and they were like, are there any suggestions for wholesaling in rural markets? And that is the last question. Anybody want to take that one?
Rural markets are great for creative finance because generally speaking, there's just a lot less cash buyers. You can wholesale in them, but you got to be a lot more resourceful. You got to meet some locals, definitely talk to some realtors in the area. But for creative financing, they're great because people that move into rural houses don't tend to move very often. So if you can structure a deal using a creative term long term, people tend to be more apt to it because by default, the thinking is more long-term. There's just less movement when you're in smaller markets or more rural markets.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was trying to get back to my mute button and talk and text. Okay, so, all right, guys. So listen, did y'all enjoy this webinar? Let me know in the chat. Thank you, guys. Please go and have like a wonderful dinner on me, whatever's in your fridge. It's on me. I worked hard today. Your
We'll
dinner's
send you
on
the
me.
Kroger bill.
But yeah, did you guys have a good time? Listen, I am determined to keep this going. You know, really the vision was, you know, normally for creative deals in person, we would have like 1 or 2 speakers, but I was like, no, let's just take it to the max, right? So I called all these guys up last week and they all said yes. And I'm super, super grateful for their time. So please make sure you connect with them. I personally have learned from all of them and they're really doing this business so they can really answer your questions. Make sure you go back. Someone asked, what's my Instagram? It's Law Clerk on Demand. Hopefully it's showing next to my name. But it's just my business name, Law Clerk on Demand. You guys can grab your list at lawclerkondemand.com. This is a hard job. So for those of you guys who do webinars all the time, I'm like trying to type and make sure everybody's camera's on. But I had a good time today, okay? So thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, make sure, hey, let's take a group pic. Okay, y'all ready? You gotta smile, don't look tired. I'm gonna put you on Instagram. Everybody
I'm wide awake. I'm about to go ride my bike.
I know I got 4 kids
okay.
outside waiting.
Okay, okay. There we go, Okay, I'm about to take a picture. Everybody smile. I'm gonna tag you on Instagram.
Jeez.
Why is my phone in the photo though? Wait. Okay, there we go. 1, 2, 3. Hopefully I did that right. Okay, you guys take pictures too. Tag us on Instagram. So I'm Law Clerk on Demand. Please mention me so we can know, and then we'll repost. If you're a South Atlanta RIA member, repost in our Facebook group. Once again, I strongly encourage you to join South Atlanta RIA so that when we can go back outside, when the world turns back on, you can come and be experiencing this in person, even though, I don't know, guys, I might just keep this virtual. But there's a million other meetings. There's 18 other super groups that you can go to. But I like virtual because we would have got kicked out of the restaurant by now because we're in overtime. But virtual, I control the show. So cool. All right. Thank you, guys. That is everything. I will make this available on my YouTube once I have edited it. We'll put it up there along with everybody's links. And then if you can't get in touch with someone or you need something, please reach out. Of course, the focus of this group is subject to creative financing, lease options, owner financing. So if you find a deal and you get stuck, you can reach out to any of the folks that have spoken today. You can reach out to me if you need to connect with someone or you have questions. Otherwise, we will see you next month, the 3rd Saturday of every month. I already have like 3 speakers lined up for you guys, so we're going to do it again. So that's all I got.
Awesome.
Okay. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. All right, fellas.
See ya.
Catch you later.
Bye, everybody.
See you guys.
See ya.
Cool.